Wake up, motherfucker.
Hello. Hello. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hey, it works. All right. Yeah, it's live. What's up? What's up? March 8th, 2026, a Sunday. It's just going to be a pre-show for Napstar. Napstar is going to have a panel show on the Boyd in about 3 hours or so. So, what's that? 4 o'clock Eastern. All right. I'm gonna do some Boyd stuff after I go through whatever um, things we have to discuss about Iraq and all that other things, and then yeah, we'll move there. Bitcoin, nothing happened over the weekend. Quiet. So don't have to worry about that. Don't need to discuss anything. For the rest of the week, we'll see how it goes. I'm waiting for Oracle earnings. It's going to be on Tuesday afternoon, I believe. That's the only earnings I'll care about. And apart from that, just waiting for more news on oil. See if it's going to get to over 100 a barrel this week. Okay. So here's the latest on the Strait of Hormuz.
The March 7th, 2026 edition of What's Going On with Shipping. Did the U.S. Navy just torpedo global shipping? I'm your host, Sal Mercogliano. Welcome to today's episode. So we've been following the issues in and around the Strait of Hormuz. Again, combat operations began by the United States and Israel at the end of February, and what we've seen is a trickling off of traffic, and when I say trickling off, I mean stopping up, of traffic coming out of the Strait of Hormuz. Now the United States has announced several plans to get traffic flowing through there. One is an insurance program to back the insurance on shipping, which I'll talk about. And the second is an issue of escorting. We're going to talk about that. But what I really also want to talk about is what the U.S. should be doing offensively to bring this conflict to an end, particularly targeting not just the Iranian Navy, but the Iranian Merchant Marine, because I don't think the U.S. government, Department of War / Defense, the Navy really understand commercial shipping. And Iran is vulnerable in this one area, and we're going to talk about that. If you're new to the channel, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell so be alerted about new videos as they come out. Well, every U.S. Navy officer is weaned on this. Alfred Thayer Mahan's The Influence of Sea Power Upon History. I mean, it's classic. I mean, every one of them do it. I mean, they read this all the time, but they don't. They read like the first chapter of it, and then what they pull from this is the idea of decisive battle. The idea, if you ask any naval officer what Mahan talks about, it is bringing fleet on fleet battle against each other, and that is what they come up with. And it's fundamentally wrong, let me be clear, because you got to read beyond the influence of sea power at sea. If you do that, you start to understand a little bit more about it. And for that, I go to my good buddy, Nick Lambert. Nick Lambert has 2 books that everybody should read, in my opinion, when it comes to understanding maritime naval warfare. First is his Planning Armageddon. This is how the British planned for economic warfare before the First World War. The Admiralty had an entire section that looked at how to wage economic warfare because it's all about trade and commerce, people. This is what it's all about. Second book he does has to deal with also Mahan, and that is his Neptune Factor. I have talked about this book a lot. I love this book, literally sleep with it next to my bed. I have a little bookshelf there. I don't sleep with it right up, cuddle with me. I don't want to give Nick the wrong impression here. But I have a little bookshelf, and it's one of the books I have kind of readily available. This book, Neptune Factor, is absolutely perfect. It's the concept of sea power. I always use this term sea power as 2 words. It's very interesting. Sometimes you'll see sea power as 1 word. Sometimes you'll see it as 2. The classic Mahanian is 2 words. And the reason I use 2 words is because I think of it as commercial and naval. It's 2 different things. The U.S. Navy and the U.S. military use it as 1 word, sea power. And they use it as sea power for a very important issue. They see it as the projection of military force, of naval force. And unfortunately, the U.S. has developed into that. And I could take you for a long road down history here to talk about why that has evolved. But suffice it to say, the U.S. does not view commercial shipping in an appropriate way. And I think that leads us into the trouble we see right now regarding Iran and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Real quick, look at some of the news stories that's out here right now about this, and we'll highlight this. So first one, this one from Reuters. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps challenges Trump to have U.S. vessels escort tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. So according to the story, the U.S. Navy could begin escorting oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz if necessary. Trump said on Tuesday, we'll talk about why that's probably not going to happen, the conflict in the Middle East has halted shipping and energy through the vital Strait of Hormuz. A Guard spokesman said, quote, Iran strongly welcomes the escort of oil tankers and that U.S. forces will be there for the crossing of the Strait of Hormuz. We are, by the way, awaiting their presence. Okay, he might as well have just had an evil laugh at the end of that. I mean, come on, seriously? Are we a cartoon villain now? That's what we're getting. We're getting the cartoon villain levels of proportion here with the Iranian state media. Then you have this. We recommend that before making any decision, the Americans remember the fire on the American supertanker Bridgeton in 1987. There was no fire. I'll talk about that in a second. And the oil tankers that were recently targeted. And finally, at least 9 vessels have been attacked since the U.S. and Israel first began strikes on Iran on Saturday, and Guard ordered ships not to cross the strategic waterway. All right, so here is the IRGC throwing down the proverbial gauntlet against the United States. We dare you to go ahead and escort through the Strait of Hormuz. We get this story then from Lorianne Larocco. Absolutely must follow. You've got to follow Lorianne. She's great. Iranian Shadow Fleet and Greek-affiliated ships lead Strait of Hormuz transits. That's right. We do have some passages through the Strait of Hormuz over the past couple of days. And the ones that are doing it are Iranian vessels. Yes, Iranian ships are passing out. We just had a fully loaded Iranian tanker come out. Because, again, the Iranians are loading ships. This is one of the things to keep remember. The Iranians expect the strait to be open, and they just rolled a tanker out through it. But the other one are the mad Greeks. And Greek shipping is I hate to put a stereotype on anything, but Greek shippers are a classic stereotype. They will run this gauntlet. Why will they run this gauntlet? It's very easy to understand. Money. Big amounts of money. That's what they're talking about. When you start looking at the amount of money being fixed here, it is incredible. I can't even...
So just to point it out, yeah, Greek shipping is very huge. Most of the shippers that go around the world are run by Greeks with like the parentheses around their names, I guess. Some people might say they're like, covert, whatever, tribes people. But yeah, there used to be a lot of power in the Ottoman Empire during that time, and the Greeks ran that shit. So yeah, they still run that shit, even to the modern era. So, I know you guys know about Onassis, right? That name, because he married the Kennedy's widow, right? So that's where it comes from. Yeah, so Greeks are a powerhouse. Greeks, South Koreans, Chinese, and Israelis, and Norwegians. Yeah.
Tell you, there was a fixing for a VLCC, very large crude carrier, normally $50,000 a day, $770,000 a day. $770,000 a day. That is again the level of money, Scrooge McDuck level. This is where we're getting at right now in this idea of moving ships through this area. Then we get this story from Paul Morgan over at G Captain. When the underwriters blinked, what the Hormuz insurance crisis really means. The viral social media post claimed Donald Trump had just, quote, killed the British Empire in a matter of minutes. The truth is simultaneously more complicated, more interesting, and in some ways more consequential than that. The broad story is real when U.S. and Israeli forces launched coordinated strikes on Iran in late February 2026, triggering what Tehran declared a full closure of the Strait of Hormuz. The first system to buckle was not military, but actuarial. Actuarial. That's a tough word to say. I'm not going to lie. That one kind of pulled me there a little bit. All right. What's the viral social media post they're talking about? John Conrad. John Conrad had a viral post. I mean viral. Millions of people follow that post regarding insurance. And Paul Morgan kind of breaks this down a little bit and goes into detail. Suffice it to say, let me give you the nuts and bolts of the insurance crisis. Ships have insurance. Insurance is what makes ships move. Without insurance, you don't move. This is what creates the dark fleet. Dark fleet runs around without insurance and creates a myriad of problems. Most ships are insured through 12 P&I clubs. Those 12 P&I clubs are actually the ship owners pooling their money together to provide insurance. And it provides stacks of insurance for $10 million by an individual club, $100 million by the 12 P&I clubs, and then they have reinsurance on top of it. The first initial level of reinsurance comes from an insurance group called Hydra. Yes, Hydra. Yes, we're using the Marvel.
Another great area to look at is insurance companies. When I always talk about insurance around here, people automatically somehow they think of medical insurance. They don't think about car insurance and personal injury insurance, like liabilities, freaking home insurance. Somehow people just forget all those things. Those are really where companies make the most money. They don't make money on medical insurance, really, because medical insurance is too tied with the government, and the government can dictate regulations, and that's why a lot of the medical insurers right now are getting hammered. Trump is definitely changing how things are working over there. Also, same thing with housing builders. He's also doing regulations over there. So housing building, construction. So people that build multi-units and those little ticky-tacky suburban type neighborhoods, those get affected as well. But I'm digressing on that point. He mentioned reinsurance. So actually you can get insurance on your insurance. That's what reinsurance means. So I think Warren Buffett does some of that. He also owns Geico, so he has the car, home, and boating. Geico also does boating insurance, personal, leisure boating. You're gonna have to get insurance. So I know the Thorpes have a boat. I don't know if it's insured by anybody, but he's talking about big tanker ships and all that. These are hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of insurance, and if you're reinsuring that, guess what? That multiplies up, right?
Villains here for this. And then above that, you have a whole batch of other reinsurers. It goes all the way up to $3.35 billion. There is no ship worth $3.35 billion commercially out there. None. But the issue here is liability. And liability is the key. You have to insure the liability. Because if you're sailing a VLCC, very large crude carrier, through the Persian Gulf, the ship gets hit, you have a massive oil spill, and you kill, ducks and pelicans and whatever else out there and fish, you are on the hook for providing that cleanup. And that is the issue where it comes to liability. You have this story from Reuters. Maritime insurance premiums surge as Iran conflict widens. As the conflict in the Gulf widens, maritime insurance premiums for war coverage are surging, in some cases more than 1,000%. Give you an idea here, analysts at Jefferies estimated on Thursday that potential industry losses from at least 7 vessels reported damage at the time its note was published on March 5th could reach up to $1.75 billion, and these are smaller vessels. While most tankers valued between $200 and $300 million, the new insurance rate of 3% would imply a hull risk premium about $7.5 million, up from around 0.25% or $625,000 before the conflict begins. So you're talking about an increase of $7 million to move ships through. Now, that's a high-end VLCC. $7 million, that's spread across 1 million barrels or 2 million barrels of fuel. So, you're talking about dollars on the barrel here. We're talking about, so it's not out of the realm of possibility that you're going to sail through it, even with that higher insurance rate. Now, I will note that the 3% tends to be for ships affiliated with the US, UK, and Israel more than anything else. You're getting a much lower insurance rate for vessels that don't have that connection to the US, the UK, and Israel because, Iran hates them. So, Sal, how did the U.S. torpedo global shipping? Well, this has to do with the torpedoing and the sinking of the Iranian frigate Dina off the coast of Sri Lanka. Now, there's a lot of questions about whether the U.S. should have done this or shouldn't have done it. Was the ship unarmed? Was it armed? My point of contention here is where they did this and the ramifications of it, because I don't think the U.S. factored this in at all. This story here by Bloomberg, reinsurers scrap war risk cover after U.S. torpedoes Iranian ship. London-based reinsurers are issuing 7-day cancellation notices on marine war risk coverage after a U.S. submarine torpedoed an Iranian warship off Sri Lanka. This is what triggered the first crisis. So why did all the ships stop and congregate on both sides of the Strait of Hormuz? Because the reinsurers, those who insure the insurance, said, hey, you don't have enough coverage to potentially cover all the risk. So stop the ships, renegotiate higher rates, and then we will reinsure you, because then you have enough backstop should something happen. Well, because the U.S. targeted this vessel off of Sri Lanka, the U.S. has just expanded the war zone. What do I mean? Let's go over to marine traffic. So here is the kind of the war zone that we know. This is the Persian Gulf. This is the Gulf of Oman. And more importantly, up here, our beautiful Straits of Hormuz, pretty denuded of any shipping. Now, we should note that there are ships going through here. They're just not squawking their AIS. their automated identification system. So we don't have vessels showing us where they are. But the question is the sinking of the Iranian frigate, which is down here off the coast of Sri Lanka. Notice the flow of traffic on this chart. Green represents cargo ships, red represent tankers. Ships coming from Asia come through the South China Sea, past Singapore, into the Malacca Straits, and then here, just north of Sumatra, the ships split. The green cargo ships are heading for the Cape of Good Hope because they're not running as much through the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden because of the Houthis. But this ever large spread of red ships, these are tankers, are heading here south of Sri Lanka and then dispersing either up the coast of India, heading over toward the Red Sea, or up toward the Persian Gulf. We know that the sinking took place here just south of Sri Lanka. There's a port here called Galt. This is where we saw the survivors being taken. There were some images taken, and what we saw there was vessels in the background. So there's a large traffic separation scheme here, ships heading west or to the north, ships heading to the east or the south. So the sinking took place outside the territorial waters. That's this purple line right here. We think it's about 19 miles out, so somewhere around here. The problem the reinsurers have is this. That sinking took place in a pretty crowded part of the world's oceans. And now, yes, the U.S. targeted specifically an Iranian vessel, but the war zone has expanded. And what we could potentially see is the entire Indian Ocean be designated a potential risk area. Maybe not a high risk area. Maybe we're not going to get the level of insurance that they're requiring to go through the Strait of Hormuz. But what we could see is all of a sudden insurance rates go up maybe a couple of fractions of a percent. But because of the volume of traffic that runs through this area, that is astronomical in terms of cost. I mean, it is huge.
Good morning, Ember. What's up? What's up? Yeah, if you want to come back later, I'm going to cover some Boyd stuff. And if you're really interested, we'll have a panel on Napstar's channel later on, I think 4 o'clock Eastern. Okay. Yeah, at Anita Bong Hit. So check that out. Here, I'm going to put the link up to the channel. And then here's a link to the stream that it'll have. So, and I'll also cover some Boyd stuff myself just before into his stream. I think within about maybe 30-ish more minutes, I'll be done with the finance stuff. Okay.
However, the sinking of the ship in a very crowded seaway. Now, I'm not saying that there was any danger to shipping at the time. I'm sure the U.S. ensured that there was no commercial ships in and around the area where they targeted. It was the USS Charlotte, a Los Angeles class submarine that did this. But for the insurers and for commercial shipping, it creates a new problem. So that brings us to the kind of the two historical examples we have where the U.S. Navy has countered the threat to contested seas with commercial shipping. Now, you can go back to World War II and look at that, but that's a pretty old analogy. Plus, convoying was very successful in World War II. If you were in a convoy, you had over a 99% chance of surviving in an escorted convoy in World War II. Yes, there were big convoy battles, pedestal, PQ-17, but the vast majority of convoys go through with no loss whatsoever. I mean, it's the successful way to do it. But historically, we have two examples of convoys that the U.S. is drawing upon right now, and everybody is screaming about. The first one is Ernest Will. This is during the tanker war of the 1980s. And this chart by Ronald O'Rourke in U.S. Naval Institute Proceedings gives you a breakdown of ship attacks during this period of time. So it started off gradual. It was largely Iraq that was doing it at the time, but then we saw it expanded. And as you get later in the war, the number of ship attacks do increase. And this is one of the reasons why the insurance in the tanker war is much different than what we saw in this recent conflict. This conflict was instantaneous, turned on all of a sudden, and you had strikes. In the tanker war, much different. You had a gradual kind of buildup here, an escalation, and so tanker rates slowly grew over time. And matter of fact, what we eventually saw was rates anywhere from 3 to 5, and even at some point 7 to 10%, depending on the nature of the conflict. Now, the U.S. got involved. And the U.S. in 1987 started escorting ships out, specifically U.S. flag vessels and Kuwaiti reflag. Now, the U.S. had been escorting U.S. flag vessels the entire time. but there weren't that many U.S. vessels going in and out of that region. Instead, the Kuwaitis were in a quandary. They found themselves with their ships being attacked, and they literally went to both the Soviet Union and the U.S. They were trying to play the U.S. off the Soviet Union, and the U.S. came in. But let's talk about the misconceptions of this. Number one, we didn't just escort through the Strait of Hormuz. When you did escorts in this operation, you had to escort all the way from Kuwait out. That's the distance you had to cover. That's over 500 miles. The first convoy consisted of 4 U.S. naval vessels and approximately, I think, about 3 tankers coming out. One of the tankers was the Bridgeton. And the Bridgeton struck a mine. It didn't catch fire. There was a huge plume of water that came up. The Bridgeton started leaking oil. And the U.S. naval vessels at the time got behind the Bridgeton because they did not have mine-sweeping capability to deal with mines in the Persian Gulf. Now, ironically, again, the irony in all these stories is just incredible. Just the other month, the U.S. heavy lifted its 4 minesweepers out of the Persian Gulf. Since the 1980s, we've had minesweepers in the Persian Gulf. That is until the other month when we hauled 4 of them out. Now, I should caveat this. The U.S. has deployed 3 littoral combat ships of the Independence class with minesweeping capability on board. However, they've never been tested in combat environments, and I should note that all 3 of them, I believe, have been pulled out of the Persian Gulf. So there's no minesweeping capability within the Persian Gulf. But the point of this is, if you're going to escort, you're not going to just escort through the Strait of Hormuz. You're going to have to escort along the full 500 miles, and you're going to have to deal with all the asymmetric threats out there. You're going to have to deal with the typical threats, the Iranian missiles. But you got unmanned surface vessels. You got unmanned aerial vessels. You have the potential for mine strikes. You have all those issues out there, and that is going to be crucial. And the most recent example we have of this is the United States military's operations in and around the Red Sea against the Houthi. And in December of 2023, the U.S. had a substantial military force in and around the area. An amphibious ready group based on the USS Bataan, a carrier strike group based on the USS Dwight Eisenhower, and the U.S. initiated Operation Prosperity Guardian. However, Prosperity Guardian was not really escort operations. What the United States did was establish basically a missile cordon. They put U.S. Arleigh Burke-class destroyers and 1 Type 45 destroyer from the Royal Navy around here, the southwest corner of Yemen, because this is where the Houthi are. Because you have the Red Sea here, you have the Gulf of Aden here, and then you got this narrow little strait of water here between Asia and Africa, known as the Bab el-Mandab. Cheers. Tradition here at What's Going On with Shipping. When you mention the Bab el-Mandab, have a sip of whatever you happen to have. There's been some episodes where it can be pretty bad, but we'll try to avoid too much talk about it. The U.S. deployed their forces, and Prosperity Guardian was an operation that demonstrated that the U.S. is absolutely effective in shooting down drones and missiles. The Arleigh Burke-class destroyers racked up a huge success in this operation. So I covered this at the time when the channel was up and running, and we looked at it, and very early on.
I'm in charge right here. Come on, Duale. Are you ready for some tankers to pirate, bro? It's time to pirate, baby.
Matter of fact, in December of 2023, I talked about the idea, do we convoy or not? That's actually an image of some of those convoys during Ernest Will in the Persian Gulf in the late 80s. What we saw was a series of escalations, and in January 9th, there was a massive Red Sea convoy battle that was fought by the United States, the British against the Houthi. The level of attacks were so ferocious, no ships were hit or damaged, but there were some close calls, that U.S. ships abandoned the Red Sea. They didn't return back to that until September of not 2024, but September of 2025. And now the ships have pulled back again because of the threat of the Houthi in alliance with the Iranians. And so the idea of convoy battles is going to be a tough one because the U.S. found the Houthis a challenge. Now, I've written about this back in 2019, did a piece for G-Captain talking about a potential tanker war part 2. This was after Iran attacked a series of ships in 2019. And so this has been kind of lingering around for a long time. And one of the big things that was noted here in the Red Sea was there was an option. You can go around Africa. And that's exactly what we saw. If you look at this chart, you'll see the drop in vessel traffic through the Suez Canal as vessels went around. And in particular, what you saw was high-value vessels, really expensive ships, going around because it was more economical to sail around Africa, pay the extra money in fuel, than to pay the cost to go through the Red Sea. Now, that brings us to the situation in the Indian Ocean right now. Go back to my buddy Ian Ellis and his chart right here. We have two major forces that are in the area. We have the Abraham Lincoln Battle Group and its escorts down here in the Indian Ocean. The Gerald Ford just came through the Suez Canal, so it is now here in the Red Sea and potentially moving down into the Indian Ocean. And the Bush, the George H.W. Bush, just sailed from the east coast of the United States. It will be in shopping coming into the theater, into the Mediterranean shortly. But the key thing is the number of escort vessels here. Roughly about 8 Arleigh Burke-class destroyers assigned and operating in the 5th Fleet. This is the Central Command AOR, and about 8 Burke-class destroyers operating in the 6th Fleet area of operations. That is not enough ships, in my opinion, to be able to run a escort operation through the region. Now, we are starting to see some movement through the straits, but not a lot. This is the latest report from the Joint Maritime Information Center. Notice here the numbers heading through the Strait of Hormuz, the SOH as it lists there, 98 on February 28th, down to 18 on 1 March, down to 1 by 5 March, 2 on 4 March, and then 4 on 5 and 6 March. So we're seeing it come up a bit. All right, Sal, you've yabbered on quite a bit here. What's your strategy? How would you deal with this? Well, this is what I would do. I would target Iranian commercial ships, specifically their tankers. What do I mean? So over on X, Ed Finley Richardson, who's a must follow. If you want to understand tankers, there's a couple of key people to follow over there, and Ed Finley Richardson is one of the best. He put out a thread and basically sat there and said, what I would do, and this is Ed saying this, is plunk a torpedo into one of the Iranian VLCCs and take it out, because the Iranian fleet is exposed. This is a list of Iranian vessels. They have 32 very large crude carriers operated by NITC. This is the Iranian shipping line. To me, that is the jugular of Iran. I don't agree with the idea of torpedoing it. I don't like that idea because, number one, you definitely don't want to torpedo a fully loaded vessel. That's going to cause you a lot of problems. However, one of the things the U.S. has demonstrated recently, and very apt at doing it, by the way, is takedown of ships. And for that, the U.S. has the perfect tool to use for that. Actually, they have two. One of them are Marine Amphibious Ready Groups. ARGs, Amphibious Ready Groups with a Marine Expeditionary Unit, are mobile, basically, battalions that can operate from 3 ships, typically an LHA or an LHD, and a LSD and an LPD, although some have 2 LPDs now. But there's about 5,000 troops on board with helicopters, V-22s, you name it. They have the capability to roam the ocean and be mobile assault units. Typically, we think of them storming the beaches, a la, Tom Hanks in Saving Private Ryan, even though that's Army. We also have these called Expeditionary Support Bases. These are modified Alaska-class supertankers built in San Diego by the United States. And what you have up forward is this huge crew compartment where you can base roughly around 250 to 500 troops on board. You've got this massive flight deck up above where you can stage helicopters on. You have boat launching capabilities down below it. These things are basically sovereign islands floating around. And it is a ship like this, the Miguel Keith, that was just used to take down Venezuelan tankers in the Indian Ocean. So she is in the area, either in and around the Indian Ocean or the South China Sea. So this is marine traffic again, and you're seeing all that traffic here in the region. Let's go ahead and eliminate everything except for Iranian ships here on the map. And one of the things you start seeing is there are some Iranian ships out here on the high seas. For example, right here, heading toward the southern coast of India, is the Hilda 1, a crude oil tanker. Right here in the Straits of Malacca, we have another crude oil tanker. Off of Malaysia right now, we have another tanker in and around the area. There's quite a few, as a matter of fact. All of these are potential targets for the United States. I don't think you need to torpedo them, although the U.S. has demonstrated the capability to do that. However, takedowns are definitely within the realm of possibility. If the U.S. starts seizing these vessels, grabbing them and holding them, that's going to start really putting pressure on Iran. Understand, you want Iran to back away from attacking vessels in the Persian Gulf, Strait of Hormuz, and the Gulf of Oman. The U.S. is going to be hard-pressed to do escorts. They just are. They don't have the assets and the resources to do it. They're going to have to pull air assets away from their offensive capability. It's going to expose their naval vessels to potential attack because of the very narrow region of the Persian Gulf. Again, even the Straits of Hormuz is narrow, but the Persian Gulf is narrow. It really is. And it's a really tough place to operate because you're so close. You're going to be dealing with unmanned surface, unmanned aerial craft. You're going to have a problem with expending ordnance off the Arleigh Burkes. If you expend your ordnance off the Arleigh Burkes, you got to go back down to Diego Garcia to reload and put new equipment and new weapons on it. You're going to have to replenish at sea or in port. You really don't want to do that. We just had the Stena Imperative hit in the port of Bahrain, U.S. flagged tanker that was in the shipyard there. So what does this do? You go offensive. You target the Iranian merchant fleet because understand those 38 VLCCs in NITC is the backbone of the Iranian economy. You don't want to hit Karg Island, their main export facility, because if you hit Karg Island, then you give the Iranians no reason not to start dropping mines into the Persian Gulf. And all you got to do is say you're dropping mines to cause a mine problem. Understand, you don't need one mine. You create a problem just with it. And mines are the biggest dilemma we would face in that scenario. But if you start grabbing ships a la the way we did it with the Venezuelans, then you can start pressuring them. You can start grabbing them, put prize crews on them from the U.S. Navy or from Military Sea Lift Command, civilian merchant mariners, put them on them, sail them over to Diego Garcia, stick them in the anchorage there, hold them, start scooping up Iranian oil tankers on the high seas, and sit there and say, you want them back? Then let's go ahead and get to the peace table. Believe me, this is the jugular of the Iranians, and everybody in commercial shipping knows this, but I'm not sure everybody in the U.S. government knows it. So I think that's the strategy the U.S. should be thinking about. I hope you enjoyed today's episode. If you did, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell so be alerted about new videos as they come out. Leave a comment, share it across social media, and if you can, support the page. How do you do that? You hit the super thanks button down below or head on over to Patreon and become a monthly, yearly subscriber. Until our next episode or until the next thing blows up in and around the Persian Gulf, which will probably be later this afternoon. This is Sal, signing off.
All right. Yeah, subscribe to his channel. Very good shipping channel. I followed him since like the whole COVID and then the whole thing with the Maryland, that whole bridge when that freaking huge cargo container ship rammed right into the bridge. Yeah, he's got good info if you're interested in that type of stuff, for sure. And we're getting back into it where shipping does matter, That's going to affect how inflation and everything else is going to go, even if you're not interested in insurance companies or shipping companies. That's something still you have to pay attention to because it will affect your bottom line. So not only gas and oil, but also the cost of transportation of goods throughout the world will be affected. So yeah, there you go. That's it, man. Big boo-boo. Now any ship might be blown up all across the world just because they are suspected to be Russian, Chinese, Iranian, whatever. Anybody that's helping the Iranian could be a target right now if this keeps on continuing. Okay, so let me shift gears here. We're going to do shortwave radio. I haven't watched any of these things. I haven't watched, so anything I show you here is pretty much I'm watching the first time. But I did watch this one ahead of time, and I thought this part was interesting.
It's used to keep the frequency clear until the Russian military sends traffic. Since the Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2022, it's been the subject of regular jamming and trolling. Last night I noticed it was being jammed by an unknown signal, probably the efforts of a pirate. It was strong here in the UK and completely obliterated the buzzer on 4625 kHz. This lasted for several minutes. It would seem that even Radio Zand, the music pirate that occupies 4625 kHz, video link in the description, got tired of the jammer and closed down his station for the night.
Alright, I'm gonna go now. I'll let you let now. Don't interrupt my transmission next time. Have fun with your transmission and good luck. I wish everyone good health, course, and peace to the world. Hope you have a great your night. Goodbye everyone. This was Radio Zand.
Soon after, the buzzer's frequency was repeatedly jammed with pro-Israel music, such as various incarnations of the folk song Hava Nagila. Whoever was behind the jamming also had a go at some spectrum art, where images are transmitted and shown on the waterfall.
So someone drew the Star of David using radio waves. Oh, how cute. How cute. Yeah, you can follow Ridgeway. I think this is let me see, Manchester Ridgeway or something like that. Ridgeway. Let me get his channel. Ridgeway. Manchester. Oh, Ringway, Manchester. Okay. I recently discovered this one. This was recommended to me like a week ago. Pretty interesting stuff. Pretty interesting. So he has a whole slew of shortwave radio information. So if you're interested in that type of hobby, you know, ham radio, shortwave radio, all that kind of stuff, yes, go over there. Check it out. It's an interesting hobby, definitely. And if you're an electrical engineer like me, yeah, you find some of that stuff very interesting. Okay, what's up, Pixie Poo? What's up, Mike from Boston? Yeah, good to see you, Duale. Good to see you. Of course. Okay, so this is a video that was recently posted from him. So let's see what's up with the Iranian number station here.
Well, it's been an interesting week on the HF bands. The highlight has been the new suspected Iranian number station. It reads groups of numbers in Farsi and has been heard numerous times, usually twice a day at 2 and 6. It's special because it's the first new number station to come on the air since V30 out of Vietnam in 2010. In a world where the use of number stations has gradually declined over the decades, a new one is a big deal. The 6 PM broadcasts especially have gained quite a listener base this week. Everyone has been intrigued, but things are quickly changing by the day. The frequency the station originally occupied, 7910 kHz, began to be targeted by a prolific jammer, and now this new Persian oddity has moved elsewhere. Many of the comments on my recent videos regarding this station have posed the same question. Could V32 actually be operated by somebody other than Iran? Could it be operated by the United States Central Intelligence Agency or Israel's Mossad in order to signal agents inside Iran has been the main question put forward in the comments. While many people have raised this question, on the face of it, it sounds absurd. The CIA hasn't operated a number station for many decades, and Israel hasn't for about 15 years either. Presumably, they've moved to more sophisticated ways of sending secret information. These past few days, however, something has happened that would appear to support the theory that the Persian number station may not be Iranian in origin. It's been jammed, and it's been jammed hard. The interesting thing is that the jammer sounds remarkably like the bubble jammers Iran uses and has used for many years in order to jam foreign broadcasters such as Radio Farda. Radio Farda is the Iranian branch of the US government-funded Radio Free Europe and Radio Liberty external broadcast service. It broadcasts news and information into Iran, and Iran hates it. It doesn't want it broadcasting to its citizens, and so it spends a lot of time, effort and money operating a network of jammers in order to block those signals from being received in Iran. I made a video on these jammers recently, which I'll link in the description below. The frequency the suspected Iranian number station occupies, 7910 kHz, has been the subject of persistent jamming in the latter half of this week. The jamming became so strong and so consistent, even when the number station wasn't transmitting. Then, on Friday, the Persian number station didn't send a message at all. I, and I'm sure many hundreds of others, listened on both scheduled times, but nothing happened. Then, this weekend, it would appear that the Persian number station has moved to a new frequency. It's suspected that this is because of the jamming. The new frequency is 7842 kHz, just slightly further down the spectrum, far enough away to evade the jammer that has been plaguing 7910 kHz. If the Persian number station has moved frequency due to Iranian jamming, then it can't be Iranian in origin. The waters are extremely muddy at the moment, as is often the case when a new enigma is found on the spectrum. It's the job of us listeners to monitor and share information in an attempt to try and put the pieces of the jigsaw together, but as with every other number station, we only know what we know, the tip of the iceberg. What we don't know often lies under the surface in the depths and is very rarely revealed. What's even more interesting about all of this is the sound of the Windows operating system that was clearly heard during a transmission of the Persian number station last night. I can't take credit for this recording, it was sent to me by a viewer out of Germany called Max, so thank you Max. Take a listen.
5 4 9 5 4 1 2 8 3 9 6 0 8 7 6 5 4 4 7 0 8 7 6 5 4 4 7 2 1.
So why is this interesting? Well, it goes back to the good old days of number station monitoring, when numerous stations appeared to be using Windows XP machines as the backbone of their transmissions. The first that comes to mind is E06, the English Man, a station operated by Russian intelligence, which is still active from multiple sites across Russia.
You know, like, I'll tell you this, a lot of old ass equipment. So when I went to school, we had a lot of old oscilloscopes and, you know, measuring equipment, right? Voltmeters, ohmmeters, all kinds of stuff. And they were so old that you couldn't install any updated operating system on them. They're stuck at like Windows XP or Windows NT or whatever pieces of shit like operating system. Some even, like, if it's older, they're just gonna be forever on some really ancient MS-DOS OS2 warp or some trash. And you have no choice but to use it. And a lot of this old like equipment is very good, you know, they're very robust, and you're not gonna find replacements for them, especially like radio analog transmitters and things like that. I'm sure is on the same principle. They can't upgrade. Yes, they still have floppy disk. Yes, that's right. And one of those little like old machines was hooked up to the network in school, and apparently they found someone hacked into that damn little like machine. You know, all it's supposed to do is measure volts and currents and signals, RF, radio, whatever, and it was being used as a node on a porn web sharing network. It was just there sharing porn or some shit. It was just like, what the fuck? someone actually like went in here and just like used this to piggyback porn. Oh my god. Anyway, so yeah, horrible. If you're stuck with that kind of equipment, you can't hook it up on the internet anymore. Pretty much, it's unsafe. It has to be isolated completely. So you're never going to use the internet. Yes, you're going to have to use floppy disk or a local network or something if it has an Ethernet port. That's all you can do. Right. Fun times.
The second is G06, an inactive German language number station operated by Russian intelligence again. This station hasn't been heard since 2021. And the final one, which is either a really big coincidence or could be an indicator as to who is behind this modern Persian number station, is E10. E10 was an Israeli number station operated for many years by the Mossad. It hasn't been heard since early 2011, however.
Tango, Alpha, Romeo, Zulu, Sierra, Foxtrot.
All of these stations were believed to be using Windows XP or similar operating systems because they simply work. The Persian number station definitely appears to be using a similar setup. The similarity between it and E10 is very interesting indeed. I have made a full video on number stations that use Windows XP, which I'll link in the description below. The change in frequency, the jamming, and the Windows sound are all really interesting developments in the story of the Persian number station. Was it ever Iranian at all? I guess time will tell, or maybe it won't.
All right, yeah. So go to Ridgeway, Manchester. Check him out. Very good information there. Very good. Ringway, Manchester. All jokes aside about old tech, it's programming. At least it just worked, unlike nowadays. Yes, that's right. Not only did it work, the components in there are higher quality. Because like a lot of the Chinese have taken over like making cheap resistors and capacitors, right? Like open your LCD monitor. Like compare that to old CRT monitors from before. I have old CRT monitors still in storage. Like why do I keep them? Because just in case I need them. Like they just work. You never know when you need to hook up something that needs to go to a VGA and it can only drive an analog signal, right? Not everybody has a GPU that can drive a digital DVI or HDMI signal. So, and also like you can use those things for older equipment. Like let's say you have an X-ray machine. You think that X-ray machine like can output into a digital like signal? No, that thing is probably still going through an analog circuit that drives a analog monitor, and so you can only like hook it up somehow into an analog machine, and that's it. That's the only interfaces will work, will be analog to analog. So that's something you got to think about. Old tech, is very reliable tech, lasts longer, and you never know when you need it. So sometimes, I will hoard some old tech, like 1 or 2 pieces, just in case the end times comes and I need that for some reason. But of course, that's kind of a hoarding mentality. That's kind of why I kept books. Like yesterday on the panel, like Garen was talking about, like when he went to school, they didn't even have textbooks anymore. Everything was digital. And the funny thing is the digital notes that he was getting, they weren't even like real textbooks. They referenced textbooks that he couldn't get. So all the sources for the notes that he was getting, he couldn't go back to the originals, So yeah, like having textbooks now is like could be even very advantageous because publishers won't publish textbooks that have very, very low following, right? Very few people will want to know about, how do I make a single sideband radio transistor, blah, 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 circuit. And no, that knowledge is locked up and locked away digitally, right? And you have to pay a subscription fee for it. And most people are not going to go to pay $500, $1,000 per year just to access like a textbook or two. That's what they're doing now, I'm guessing. That's what they do for university level. So anyhow, should only write textbooks nowadays, not digital. Otherwise, they'll be pirated by AI companies. Yeah, I know. So yeah, that's how we're gonna go on towards the future. I think knowledge will be hoarded by a select group. Very few people will know how to reboot civilization if anything happens. I think, yeah, that's what's gonna happen. Okay, dokie. Anything else? No, I don't think so. But yeah, check out your electronics. They're probably very cheaply made. They only last like a few years now instead of decades like before. Yeah, the most common ones is like the capacitors. They're cheaply made. They bubble up, right? They balloon, and then your monitor stops working. That's one of the common defects I find in a lot of electronics made today. Yeah, they're not made to last for sure. Okay, let's see. The other videos. No, so I'm gonna switch off to Boyd after I read these articles for you. Okay. Article reading time. Let's get to the articles I didn't get to last time. Kick up the background music. And remember, go to Napstar's channel to check out his stream in about 2 hours now. So we got 2 hours until it kicks up his Boyd panel. So any discussions on Boyd, go over there. You can also go to Universal Jones if you missed yesterday's panel. I was up there. What's up, Lawrence? What's up? Lawrence, we are going to switch over after I read these articles to because I'm multi-streaming on my channels. It give crack to me, so subscribe to that on YouTube and Kick. All right, because I'm gonna play like potentially copyrighted stuff over there. So that's why, you want to subscribe to everything. I don't want to get too many copyright flags on John's channel. Okay, so because we're too naughty over here on the Urban Landlord, apparently. At any moment, someone will come around and be like, "Oh, time for me to do that." All right. So yeah, go here, YouTube, give crack to me, and also on Kick, give crack to me. Go over there because I'm gonna switch over there and turn off the Urban Landlord multi-stream. All right. Okay. So good luck. Can we vote to skip the articles? No, this is a finance show, so I have to get through this stuff because I was supposed to get through it on the previous stream. All right, here. Okay, how quickly Qatar can start up the thing. All right. All right, so if you know, last week Qatar shut down their liquefied natural gas exports. They also have recently shut down some refineries after getting hit. So some oil products are not coming out of Qatar anymore. And their energy minister has warned that it's potentially could mean $120, $150 a barrel on the Brent crude market. So that will be bad for the global economy. Okay. So that's something you might want to pay attention to if the war continues longer than a month. Qatar Energy has declared force majeure. Force majeure meaning like they can no longer fulfill their obligations for contracts to deliver natural gas because of unforeseen acts of war, acts of God, something like that. That's what the force majeure means here. Okay, that's contract law. LNG exports. After shipping through the Strait of Hormuz halted, restarting LNG production could take weeks or months as plants must shut down when storage fills and require a slow sequential restart process to avoid damaging cryogenic equipment. Global gas markets face a significant supply shock with European and Asian pricing surging nearly 50%, while U.S. LNG exports have little spare capacity to replace the lost Qatari supply. Okay. So this was on Wednesday, following disruptions on the Ras Laffan industrial city facilities caused by the Middle East conflict. This legal declaration effectively releases the state-owned company from contractual delivery obligations due to extraordinary circumstances beyond its control. The shutdown was triggered by a near-complete halt of shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. We covered that at the beginning of the show. Due to the U.S.-Israeli conflict with Iran, Qatar accounts for 20% of global LNG exports, primarily serving Asian markets, including China, Japan, India, and South Korea. South Korea, very important, major producer of AI technology. So if energy prices spike in South Korea for all their semiconductor and other electronic manufacturing plants, expect higher prices going forward for cloud producers like Google, Amazon, right? Facebook, Meta, basically, Microsoft. So those stocks will come into play and have an effect. So that's why I said do not expect these stocks to easily grow the S&P 500 going forward for this year. We probably will be going sideways to down until something changes or we decrease interest rates, but that would mean that we will have a stagflation situation that's going to run out of control for much longer. If you remember the 70s, they tried that. The Fed chair that was doing Arthur Burns tried to decrease interest rates to improve the unemployment. The unemployment has been rising. Okay, it's starting to rise again. We lost 90,000 jobs last month, according to the February release. So that's it. We are trending down, and I don't know how many more jobs are going to get killed by AI. As you can see, Block, which used to be known as Square, who owns Cash App, have laid off a lot of tech workers because of AI. So I'm assuming a lot of other companies will figure out ways to reduce a lot of white-collar work. And if you remember, I had a little stream about this fan fiction that someone wrote a week ago or 2 weeks ago now, that AI will reduce a lot of unnecessary work in the white-collar sector. And then those people will be hard-pressed to find new jobs, right? And he was saying, like, well, that will, maybe those people will go to the gig economy. They'll start being Uber Eats drivers or something because they can't translate their skills to another similar job if everybody is cutting it at the same time. If that's the case, then yeah, that will drive down wages for the gig economy. So people who are relying on that will get competitively priced out because there's a more supply of workers. They can lower the wages at will. So Amazon, Uber definitely do not need to pay you your cut, you know. So Amazon warehouses, like even probably workers will be gone because of AI too. So all these people will just start running around and being desperate. So wage growth will shrink probably, but that will help inflation, I'm guessing. But if oil prices stay around at $100+ a barrel, then that's not going to help. So anyhow, unfortunately, for gas customers, it could take months before the giant LNG plant returns to normal production. U.S. President Donald Trump initially projected that Operation Epic Fury would last only 4 to 5 weeks, but later announced that the U.S. has the capability to go far longer, so it better last only a month here. Come on. His ally in the war, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, has described the campaign as quick and decisive action that may take some time but will not last for years. The Trump administration has outlined 4 core goals: destroying Iran's missile and naval capacities, ensuring it never obtains a nuclear weapon, and stopping it from funding regional militant groups. Okay. Tehran has fired hundreds of Shahed drones and high-speed ballistic missiles targeting Israeli and multiple U.S. allied Gulf nations, including the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, and Oman. Okay, so let's see. Qatar's Ras Laffan industrial city serves as the primary hub for the country's massive LNG operations and is home to the world's LNG export complex. The city's LNG plant features 14 LNG trains with a production capacity of approximately 77 million metric tons per year. The city's port has 6 LNG berths designed to accommodate the world's largest LNG carriers, including Qmax and Qflex vessels. The plant's storage tanks have a capacity of 1,880,000 cubic meters, with additional storage tanks and berths currently being built to handle up to 126 million tons per year by 2027. The plant's current storage takes only 4 days to fill up at full production rates, forcing production to rapidly come to a halt whenever export vessels cannot leave. Once the restart process begins, it will take another 2 weeks for this facility to reach full operational capacity. Restarting is intentionally slow to avoid thermal shock to critical sub-zero cryogenic equipment. LNG production involves extremely low temperatures, negative 160 Celsius or negative 260 Fahrenheit. Rapidly introducing feed gas into cold, idle equipment can cause severe stress, damaging or rupturing vital expensive components. Additionally, trains cannot restart simultaneously. They must be brought back online sequentially to ensure stability. You know, that reminds me of in Israel, they have fabrication plants over there, and in Haifa. So Haifa, Israel is basically their Silicon Valley in Israel. And they have an Intel plant over there making chips. I remember there were protests out there with the Orthodox Jews. The Orthodox Jews hated the fact that these plants were running during Shabbat. So, you know, in strict Orthodox rules, you have to shut down everything. So having a factory run is like against the, you know, against the law of God. And to shut down and restart a semiconductor fabrication plant also cannot be done like with a flip of a switch. You have to slowly ramp up and shut down things because it does a lot of complex chemical processes, right? So this is similar. These things cannot be just turned on and turned off with the flip of a switch. And all this means that global gas markets will be in a significant deficit for several weeks at the very least. The halt in Qatari LNG production due to security concerns in the Strait of Hormuz has intensified competition between Atlantic and Pacific basins, sending European, so this is TTF. TTF is the European natural gas market, okay, and the Asian gas market by up 50%. Nearly 50%. So this is not going to be fun for Germany, the UK, France, for sure. You're going to have a lot of energy prices. So not only the oil will increase your petrol prices, so the UK petrol prices, if we get to $120 to $150 a gallon, I mean a barrel, that means like that's going to be pushing your petrol prices to about two pounds per liter. So that's equivalent to an American paying $10 a gallon. So right now you're probably paying about like $5 or $6 a gallon in the UK. So yeah, good luck with that. Nothing can replace Qatari LNG. If the shutdown is prolonged, it portends a larger gas market shock than in 2022 when Russians turned off pipeline gas to Europe. Gas prices could retest their record highs set in 2022. So there you go. There's your inflation right there. And I think the UK has been reporting that youth unemployment has been rising. And someone on some panel was thinking or telling me that, you know, the real number of the UK's unemployment is probably closer to 50%. I don't know. Maybe that's an exaggeration. If you count people that gave up going to work and are on welfare. Okay, unfortunately, the United States, the world's largest LNG producer. Yes, we are the largest LNG producer, but we have very little export capability. As you know, every time we have a Democratic administration, they block permits to expand our capacity to build up ports and LNG facilities to export. Has little immediate spare export capacity to offset major supply disruptions, with only 5% of additional volume available. U.S. LNG export plants are currently running near full capacity, with most production locked in long-term contracts. However, several major LNG export plants are under construction. Yeah, that's probably not going to be finished anytime soon. Gulf Coast region targeting specific capacity increases by 2030. Key active projects include the massive Plaquemines LNG, Louisiana, Cheniere's Corpus Christi Stage 3, Texas, Golden Pass LNG, Texas, Rio Grande LNG, Texas, Port Arthur LNG, Texas, and the newly initiated Louisiana LNG project. Together, these LNG plants will add over 65 million tons per annum of nominal LNG capacity, or roughly 60% of the country's current capacity. So a little bit too late. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Yeah, that's right. The economy is gonna finally get wild. Sorry. That's how it's gonna be. Okay, so this is what people are hoping for. People are hoping that the United States will kind of back off on Russian sanctions and give people a way out. They have started doing that with the Indians because the Indians rely maybe 70 to 80% of their crude oil comes through the Strait of Hormuz, and a vast majority of that crude also comes from Iran. So yeah, India, being a neutral country, has bought from Russia until like the US started pressuring them to stop doing that. I guess we're just going to allow them to do this again. India's largest private refiner, Reliance Industries, is sounding the market for buying Russian crude. An anonymous source told Bloomberg on Friday after the United States on Thursday issued a temporary 1-month license to India, allowing it to purchase Russian origin crude loaded on vessels before or on March 5th. Even before the waiver was issued, India was considering returning to buying Russian crude amassed in floating storage in Asia. So this is the dark fleet that was mentioned. As the war in Iran and Tehran, retaliatory strikes in the region have severely disrupted oil flows from the Middle East. India, the world's third largest crude importer, depends on Middle East supply for about 60% of its imports. Then the de facto halted tanker traffic in the Strait of Hormuz has put severe pressure on supplies. Okay, so yeah, we are giving them a license to start doing it again. Okay, so they got 1 month. Maybe it'll be extended. Maybe the EU might beg the US, or I mean, the EU can do whatever it wants, I guess. I don't think they need to beg us. They might just say, whatever, we're desperate to try to keep inflation down because, you know, if their economies have not really recovered into growth mode really since COVID, then they'll be hard pressed to say, okay, we will stand on principle and not support Russia. You could do that, sure, but you're going to have to rely on the fact that you're going to have to keep interest rates higher or have to increase interest rates again to keep the inflation down, because once everybody figures out that, hey, energy prices are staying higher for longer, that creates a psychological effect. Another part of inflation is that when people believe that prices are going to be higher in the future and they expect prices to be higher, they'll readily accept having higher prices, and you know, the producers themselves will start jacking up prices knowing that people will buy it ahead of time. Because let's say like energy prices in the future are going to stay sticky, then, and people are already bracing their mentality for that, they won't complain when you start raising prices. Of course, the Europeans are a little bit interesting because I know the UK has price caps on their electricity and gas. So utility companies cannot set prices above a certain limit. But even then, I know the governments will know that, hey, yo, if we keep these price caps at a level that's not fair, then some of these companies might go under, right? They'll stop working. There's not so much you can do to fight the natural behaviors of capitalism and economics here. All right, the other thing to worry about is aluminum. This is something I was watching too. Aluminum is going to be interesting play. Sadly, the aluminum stocks, the U.S. aluminum stocks, haven't done very well. It might be because like this is only going to affect the overall global aluminum prices. But one thing to look at is if there's a war, the first thing to go up in a war is aluminum, because aluminum is used in a lot of munitions, okay, and manufacturing of Jets. They really love consuming a lot of aluminum. So jets, drones, everything will use a lot of aluminum, and this is already happening. Aluminum supply disruption moved from risk to operational reality this week. So you can take a screenshot of this chart up here. But the conflict did not arrive into a balanced market. ING's pre-conflict aluminum balance for 2026 showed a structural deficit of approximately 600,000 metric tons before any Gulf supply reduction. 3 constraints were already in place: China's capacity cap limiting production expansion, the imminent closure of the Mozal smelter in Mozambique, and stalled restarts at European and U.S. smelters idled during 2022 to 2023 energy crisis. LME, that's the London Mercantile Exchange, aluminum inventories had been drawing steadily since late 2024, and physical premiums were elevated heading into the year. The cash to 3-month spread on the LME had narrowed materially in the weeks before the conflict, signaling that spot demand was absorbing available supply faster than forward markets expected. The conflict did not create aluminum's tightness. It struck a market that was already running short, and it did so with direct operational consequences rather than just price fear. From threat to halt, what actually stopped 2 actual production and shipping halts this week moved aluminum from a geopolitical risk story to a supply disruption story. On Tuesday, Qatalum, the Qatari smelter jointly owned by the state aluminum producer and Norsk Hydro, began a controlled shutdown after its gas supplier warned of an imminent supply halt due to conflict-related infrastructure pressure. Oh, crap. So, this is not good. Norsk Hydro issued force majeure notices to customers. You know what force majeure is if you listened to me 10 minutes ago. To customers the same day. On Wednesday, Aluminum Bahrain, one of the world's largest single-site smelters, informed customers it had halted all shipments, citing the widening conflict. The London Metal Exchange LME 3-month contract rose 5.1% on the day the Alba halt was announced, touching an intraday high of $3,418 a ton, the highest since April of 2020. The week's total gain of 5.3% to $3,306.50 reflects a cumulative repricing of a market absorbing 2 concrete shutdowns and the broader operational uncertainty across the region. Rio Tinto, so I believe that's Australian-based mining company, separately suspended second quarter supply negotiations with Japanese clients, withdrawing an offer of $250 a ton over LME prices that was already the highest since at least 2015. Force majeure declarations, which were hypothetical scenarios 10 days ago, and now the week's defining market events. Supply suspensions across the region's producer base have moved from risk assessment to operational reality. Goldman Sachs estimates prices could reach $3,600 a ton if the region's production is lost for 1 month. The week's intraday high of $3,418 suggests the market is already pricing partial scenario. Okay, so take a screenshot of that. All right, there you go. Let's see, I'll skip down here. Europe is the most exposed consumer market. Europe is always having problems. Approximately 30% of European aluminum imports originate from the UAE, according to ING. With primary aluminum already in tight supply before the conflict, a sustained reduction in UAE exports would push European physical premiums significantly higher. All right, guys, if you guys are very adventurous, why don't you buy up all the American Reynolds wrap you can get from your grocery store and fly over to England and sell it over there? I'm sure you can make a killing off of this. The U.S. faces similar but partially cushioned exposure. The Middle East accounts for over 20% of U.S. aluminum imports, but tariff-inflated Midwest premiums limit the immediate price upside. Thank God. So tariffs already made people resource to U.S.-made aluminum. That's good. So I think we're going to be shielded for a while. Emirates Global Aluminum, which operates smelters in Dubai and Abu Dhabi, has not yet declared force majeure as of Friday. The two halts already announced at Alba and Quadalum together represent a meaningful share of the 8% of global primary aluminum production concentrated in the region, according to consultancy AZ China. The key variable for European and U.S. buyers is not whether prices rise further from here, but whether EGA remains operational. If EGA follows Quadalum and Alba, the supply disruption would move from significant to structurally severe. Okay, that's it, guys. Get ready for more expensive aluminum. And if we get into more regional conflicts and things like that, aluminum will go up anyway, regardless. So I will have to see if that translates to anything with the aluminum companies. I guess because the aluminum companies can't sell their aluminum to certain markets because of force majeure, that might be the reason why aluminum companies are having a hard time benefiting from these price increases. Kind of like how some of the oil refinery companies also went down last week. So only a select group of oil producers are going to benefit. What's up, Ryan? What's up, Mr. Burns? That is Arthur Burns, not the Simpsons Burns. And then after Burns got kicked out of the Federal Reserve, we had Volcker, and Volcker was the one that rapidly increased interest rates, and that was the time the economy was very terrible. But at that point there was no choice during the oil crises of the 70s going on there. Okay, if you remember the OPEC oil crisis, when the OPEC countries blocked exports to countries that supported Israel during the 6-day war. Okay, little history lesson there. Now we'll go moving on here. Let's look at some tweets first. The software stocks are experiencing a historic run. Okay, so we were talking about IGV versus SOXX. You remember that? So I said, like, IGV, the software sector, which has been beaten down, is probably going to take over from the semiconductors, which was weak last week. So I was shorting semiconductors and longing IGV using Palantir. Okay, so in this case, we had a 16.59 percentage points over the last 6 trading days, the largest 6-day outperformance on record. So if you compare IGV to SOX, that's how much IGV outperformed the semiconductors. Okay, so this marks a historic reversal after software stocks underperformed by nearly 15 percentage points at the end of January, the biggest gap since 2008. This also comes after hedge funds' short exposure to U.S. software and services stocks rose to a record 3.8%. So, yeah, the shorts got squeezed. That's probably temporary. We'll see how it goes after Oracle reports earnings. Okay, so Oracle will be a big one. I think Oracle will also affect the semiconductors just like it did last year, because Oracle was one of the large spenders of AI infrastructure. So if they have trouble servicing their debt, they don't believe that Oracle has enough free cash flow to service their debt, then yes, this will cause problems down the line. Okay, anything else? No, nothing here. Okay, U.S. unemployment numbers. So I've been talking about the unemployment. They've been rising, and also they've been revised. Previous job reports number have been revised down. The U.S. jobs market has seen revisions in all months of 2025 and 11 months of 2024, including the negative 4,000 revision in January. This brings the total to 24 months of revisions over the last 25. Over the last 3 months, U.S. employment has been revised downward by 94,000 jobs. Over the last 13 months, jobs numbers have been adjusted down by a whopping 710,000. What is happening here? This is unbelievable. Now, you know, one reason this could be is because a lot of immigrants have been deported, so many jobs have been lost through that measure. But I don't know. We'll see if this will last much longer. If it does, then you know the next thing around the corner will be AI. So the first few companies like Square/Block, Jack Dorsey's company, which controls Cash App. If that is going to happen through more and more throughout more companies, then yes, AI will also start decimating more jobs as we continue on. And once you have the ball rolling, it's like an avalanche. When jobs start being cut, it's not just like a one-off. usually there's a pattern here, and when it gets stronger and stronger, it can rapidly increase exponentially. So more companies will cut costs, and they'll keep doing it. Yeah, they'll follow each other over and over because they have to compete. You have to know that they compete with each other. If one company is reducing their costs, then they have to take that into account and compete as well and reduce their costs. So they're going to the accountants and trying to figure out which jobs can they cut. This is going to expand wider and wider because every quarter they have to go to the shareholders and tell them that, yay, I made some revenue this year, and this is what I project revenue next year and whatever. So if they can't compete in that arena of cutting jobs, that's going to happen. So once one company figures out a way to cut with AI, the other ones are trying to copy it. The Conference Board leading economic indicator dropped again in January to the lowest level in 12 years. The drawdown since 2021 peak has been 18%, the biggest since the great financial crisis. So yeah, I target around 2027 into 2028 will be when things start really hitting the fan. As far as the stock market, when does it peak? Usually stock market will peak about a year before when everything gets really bad that you start hearing it in the news. So we already went through some of the cycles here. Business tendency surveys. So if we rely on this cycle of business optimism, we will have a peak business optimism around late 2026. So start looking for the market to turn down sometime around 2027. So that's still my target. Inflation is going to rise through 2027 to 2028. And of course, oil will rise through 2027 to 2028. Okay, so I've already gone over these charts. Yes, copper has been going up. Oil will follow copper eventually, and that's what's been happening. I think it's going to do catch up. I targeted eventually oil could reach 180. So that's what I said about a month ago. That's why I'm bullish on oil for at least a month. Okay, and using DeMark indicators, you can see DeMark predicted negative oil prices even before COVID. So, yeah, I would take this very seriously. Eventually, it will get to 180. Probably not right now, though. I think oil will cool off once we know more about how the timeline of and how much expansion Trump is willing to do in Iran. They'll probably cool off once we go back to the table to talk peace or whatever. If they can't do regime change, I don't know if they're going to force the issue. I don't know how serious Trump is with the regime change rhetoric. He might just back off on that if it just becomes too hard. Because yeah, midterms is coming up. You gotta hurry this up. People's memories are like goldfish around here. So if they keep hearing about Iran, guess what? You're pretty much gonna lose the vast majority of House and Senate seats from the GOP. So if that's still on the news. So you got to hurry this up and make people forget you ever were in Iran. All right, sunspot cycles. I've talked about this. Unemployment continued rising. So yes, so sunspots based off of the number of sunspots in the sun, we will see it to rise up into August 2027. So that's when we'll have a peak unemployment. So even this agrees with that. So there you go. So I've reviewed everything I need to here, and now we move on to the last articles. Before I switch over to Boyd stuff, if I do the Boyd stuff, you got to go over to my channels at GetCrack to me, okay, on YouTube and Kick, because I'm gonna play some copyrighted stuff potentially. So I'll just start off with some Boyd content, and then move on from there. We're gonna start off with some Thorpe stuff maybe, and then some Mooncake content after I read this last thing, because the title of the stream is The Rise of Online Digital City-States. This is where I believe we are headed. Okay, so switch off the music here. So the mega cities economy, I've read articles and opinion pieces before about the rise of city-states. Like, we have a lot of tech centers in the world, and And urbanization is increasing to the point where probably by the 2050s, we should have maybe 60 to 70% of the human population stuffed in a city. So it's going to be a very urbanized world. Technology will dominate. Technology already makes up at least about probably now 20% of the world's economy is just based on service technology. And you can go and check out this chart yourself. So there's going to be a few centers where people's population will be concentrated into, and this is very much demonstrated in places like Asia, of course, Asia being very highly populated. So megacity economy, how 7 types of global cities stack up. Back in 1950, close to 30% of the global population lived in cities. That sense has shifted dramatically. By 2050, a whopping 70% of people will live in urban areas, some of which will be megacities housing tens of millions of people. So like little hives, little like insects running around here. This trend of urbanization has been a boon to global growth and the economy. In fact, it is estimated today by McKinsey. McKinsey is a what is that? One of those consulting groups. Actually, Netanyahu used to work for one of these consulting groups. I think he worked for Boston Consulting Group. I don't think he worked for McKinsey. McKinsey is the top one, though. So before Netanyahu became a powerhouse in Israel, yeah, he started off working in consulting groups. McKinsey, that the 600 top urban centers contribute a whopping 60% of the world's total GDP. That's quite a number there. 7 types of global cities. With so many people moving to urban metropolitan areas, the complexion of cities and their economies change each day. The Brookings Institute has a new way of classifying these megacities using various economic indicators. According to their analysis, here's what differentiates the 7 types of global cities. Okay, so global giants. These 6 cities are the world's leading economic and financial centers. They are hubs for financial markets and are characterized by large populations and a high concentration of wealth and talent. Yes, and NYC, Tokyo, and London. London, definitely. The city of London definitely has a lot of finance companies. Of course, like after the Brexit, I think some of them shifted to Paris. Asian anchors, okay. Asian anchors are not as wealthy as global giants. However, they leverage attributes such as infrastructure, connectivity, and talented workforces to attract the most foreign direct investment out of any other metro grouping. Hong Kong, Seoul, South Korea, and Singapore. Emerging gateways. These 28 cities are large businesses, transportation hubs for major national and regional markets in Africa, Asia, Latin America, and the Middle East. While they have grown to reach middle income status, they fall behind other global cities on many key competitiveness factors such as GDP and FDI. Mumbai, Cape Town, Mexico City, and Hangzhou. Factory China. 22 second and third tier Chinese cities relying on export manufacturing to power economic growth and international engagement. Although Factory China displays a GDP growth rate that is well above average, it fails to reach average levels of innovation, talent, and connectivity. Shenyang, Chengdu, Changchun, and Chengdu. Knowledge capitals. Okay, so this is where I'm at. These are 19 mid-sized cities in the US and Europe that are considered centers of innovation, with elite research universities producing talented workforce in San Francisco, Boston, and Zurich. Zurich, Switzerland. Yes, CERN and all that. Of course. Switzerland definitely has a strong presence. And the rest of them. Okay, yeah, I don't think we need to cover that, but yes, that's it. I think we will see something, go on throughout here. And the reason I mentioned this is because, I talked about the rise of city-states. And I thought that might happen where if everything becomes urbanized, that people will more identify with a city. And because it's mostly cosmopolitan, right? So every time I visit my parents in San Francisco, this is what happens. I usually see people talk in Punjabi, German, French, and Chinese. So These are the types of people. So very tech savvy, service oriented, finance oriented people from across the world congregating in the city, and they probably have no no ties to America, no ties to feeling like Americans. They just go from job to job. They are essentially serfs working for a tech corporation. Whatever tech company will hire them, they will shift their allegiances, right? So this is kind of where we are at. We are in a tech feudalism type of world. We are entering that world. But I'm going to revise my notions here, because I don't think even people feel any attachment necessarily to a location or even a company necessarily either. If we look at Boyd, the bottom of YouTube, you see people have attachments to internet communities, right? And I'm guessing, a lot of these people also have their own internet communities that operate in a similar fashion to Boyd, although probably not as toxic, but maybe just as toxic, depending on how much they discuss certain things, right? Who knows? And of course, there are other communities out there that we might get into as we move on in our discussion of Boyd, because Boyd is not just the Thorpe adjacent or chaotic truth panelverse, blah blah blah, like Raging Tomato, No, it's beyond this stuff. There are other Boyds out there, and there are other communities out there. They all operate in similar fashions to a government, perhaps. That's what I'm thinking. So, of course, like, people think maybe it's more like a cult because maybe it's centered around certain strong personality types. Maybe with the Thorpes, you have a clear personality type over there where it's very cult-like. But maybe as we go forward, it's going to be more like a government, right? That's how it starts. You form a gang, and then the gang will eventually become your government, essentially, a city-state. Kind of like how the Italian city-states started forming after the decline of the kingdoms and the Roman Empire and the little kingdoms, the German kingdoms that were there, and the decline of that. And then you start building your own little republics, So, okay. If home is where the heart is, this article here, this opinion piece, I guess, then where you live is where your mind is. For many people, that's on the internet. In 2020, the average American spent 7 hours and 50 minutes online per day. That's nearly 120 full days spent online during the year. That's nearly like half of your damn life right there. And if you take away sleeping time, that's pretty much the majority of your damn time then. Equivalent to spending every single moment from January 1st through April 30 online. Much of this time online is spent building, creating, consuming, and communicating. As a result, almost every industry, including retail, banking, payments, automobiles, and more, has been disrupted by our increasingly digital world. But when's the last time we rethought geography? And no, I don't mean redrawing lines on a map. Our current terrestrial notions of geography have gone relatively unchanged for centuries. 200 years ago, a stake in the ground and property deed reflected ownership of that piece of land. Not significantly different from what we do today. Nations have almost always been defined by physical borders and scarcity of land, has time and again led to conflict. Yet on the internet, borders aren't nationalized, ownership rights are complicated, and the potential domains are endless. Physical notions of geography don't map well to an intangible world. If we think of the internet as a new world, still in its earliest stages, it's just under 40 years old after all, then it becomes important to compare developments online with a proper starting point. So much of the activity on the internet, from constructing fundamental infrastructures to organizing ourselves and then figuring out where we belong, mirrors activity in early civilization. Thus, to understand where the internet is headed, it may be useful to look back nearly 5,000 years to ancient Mesopotamia. In Mesopotamia, people organized in city-states. Okay, so I don't know if you know about Uruk or the story of Gilgamesh. Those were city-states. These city-states served as important centers of economic, political, and cultural life, hubs for ideas, artistry, and innovation. The city-states of the internet are online communities. They're metropolises flourishing with skill and energy. At the core of each community are the strongest believers and backers. The outer boroughs are populated by varying degrees of those less engaged than at city center. Social networks, Twitter, Instagram, Reddit, Discord, seem like the roads. Some are more traversed than others. Some people stick solely to the freeway, while others prefer exploring the rugged backroads. Communities build outposts along the way, often at the intersection of multiple roads. These are places where people can gather to build, create, consume, and communicate. And they're what I call internet city-states. As with any city-state, each of these communities has a governance structure, although most may not realize it. Followers are constituents. Likes and dislikes are real-time feedback on what these constituents think, and unfollows can reflect extreme disapproval of certain policies. Internet mayors are the people who have amassed major followings. You may know some of them well: Elon Musk, Kardashians, Mr. Beast, Charlie D'Amelio, to name a few. One post from any of these people can influence millions. These dynamics create digital democracies. In these city-states, the notion of voting for only one candidate is a false choice, unlike the traditional democratic structures. Votes are theoretically endless, limited only by your attention span and willingness to fill your feed. It's a surprisingly realistic reflection of how people vote in the physical world. 2. Some vote in many elections, while others only vote in one or two. The difference here, however, is that local, state, and national elections aren't well defined on the internet. Every community, no matter the size, is simply a city-state, because some city-states are bigger than others. So why does this matter? For one, it helps put into perspective why regulation of the internet is so difficult. Our national governments are dealing with governments online, yet it's unlikely they realize it. Grilling the people who built the roads and forcing them to add speed bumps may only encourage the online citizens using these roads to build other, less regulated roads. I don't know the right way to go about regulating the internet, but focusing purely on the platforms doesn't seem to be it. Second, it should remind you of your power on the internet. Who you follow, when you choose to press the like button, and how you dedicate your time are all forms of votes in these digital democracies. Our generation is the first that's had to live with a fully accessible history of everything. So I'll stop there and pause because, if you listen to Universal Jones talk about receipt culture, that's your receipt culture right there. Howdy, howdy, Black Americans Fatigue 7. What's up? What's up? AI is being used as smokescreen for real reasons for layoffs. Yeah, I think so. That is something I've thought about. But whether or not it's the reasons, I think it will happen because of structural factors in the economy that we can't get. Okay. So that's the receipt culture, all right, that Universal Jones is talking about. So if you haven't subscribed, please go to check out Universal's channel. We had a big panel, 8 hours worth of content yesterday, talking about Boyd, and people had drama there. So you can skip around through the stream to go to whichever sections you want to see. And so that's his channel, and this was yesterday's panel, 8 hours. Okay, and within 1 hour we will have a Napstar will have his own panel. All right, so go to the Be Better Network if you want to know more about Boyd. Research this stuff, and we'll talk about these city-states concepts, I'm sure, when I get the time to present them to Universal and see that. And that's the link to yesterday's 8-hour panel. And Napstar, we will have our own panel again, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Eastern Daylight. So you have to remember, we're on daylight time now. Okay, so go to that link. All right, there you go. What's up, Tyrone? What's up? Yeah. I think it's already too obvious what my cards are. It's already too obvious now. It doesn't matter anymore. I slow dripped everything to people over the time I've been in this community. So, and Universal is taking over my job eventually because I eventually have to get out of here. And I think Universal will be a great steward of keeping the lore and keeping this as an example of the times that we are headed into. All right. So yes, fully accessible history, receipt culture of everything we've done online, and for better or worse, actions taken now can and will likely resurface decades later. Do your diligence on communities and their internet mayors the same way you would on a candidate running for president. Oh, well, I mean, you're kind of new, right? Because I was here maybe in the Thorpe sphere and the CT sphere starting summer of 2024. So you're relatively new, maybe a year after that. And if you saw me on the John Galt panels, you would have saw what I was doing. Yeah, I mean the Thorpes and other people would say like, oh, GetCrack just wants a place just to talk shit and and whatever. That's it. Like, no, I had a purpose of doing all I was doing out here. So if there was gonna be a success story, it wasn't because I wanted views or something. Yeah, what's up? Yes, Tyrone. It's been a long time, Tyrone. How long have you been on panel, Tyrone? Like, when was the last time you've been on panel? It was so long, I think, right? Man, it was like the first time we started on the John Galt with the trucking show with HB. Good times. The summer of 2024 was so good in terms of like panel content. Finally, the framing internet communities as a collection of city-states highlights how much opportunity there still is. When people first learn about Mesopotamia, often in a grade school classroom, many think, wow, that was a long time ago. So much has happened since then. It was, and much has, if we think about the internet as still in its Mesopotamia days. It becomes evident how early we still are. Sometimes it's hard to grasp just how early we are because many of us, millennials and Gen Z in particular, haven't known a world without the internet. I don't claim to know what the future of the internet holds, but what I do know is that history tends to repeat itself. So when thinking about where the internet is headed, consider adding a history textbook to your reading list. That's what I'm doing. Well, there's a saying like history doesn't repeat, but it does rhyme. Yeah. Oh, no, no. I just use that as an example, Gobbly. Like I said, you shouldn't take that personally because you were just like the most recent example of someone acting like that, right? My main example was Mackenzie. So Mackenzie Carter Cameron, like she really embodies it. So she's like the lead example because she inhabits that avatar probably for the vast majority of her interactions out here. Another person that kind of does that too, is Gia. Gia, because there was a lot of back communication between Gia and TK that a lot of you guys don't know about. I only know about it because Gia tried to contact me to help, because Gia was the first one trying to help TK and Dan out for the show, and I was kind of like taking over from her a little bit, and I had some emails between her because I didn't have Discord, so I was communicating with her. So I do know a little bit about that. So I think Gia may be more of another major example. You were just more recent because of your dealings with Gamer. Because if they were gonna pull up clips about Gamer, it was just like, yeah, you are okay. If you're gonna do Gamer clips, then if they pull up a clip where you were interacting with Gamer, then that was an example, a good example of something that happened recently. But no, I mean, I know that probably Jeremy is the one that tries to accuse people of being mommy or daddy a lot. So so anybody that gives Jeremy advice, he'll immediately blast them and say oh, you're trying to be my dad, you're trying to be my mom or some shit. Yeah, That's kind of like more, yeah. That's what I meant, like part of being a road. Oh, that no. Oh, that was just more for HFF, like in general, because we kind of, well, it's not only just like that. It's just like LCU mostly, but it's kind of like, because whatever Ava does, like Ava goes to a community and implodes it, and then it spreads everywhere else because she's the one that hops between communities. And every time Ava starts talking about a community, that community is on the way down, right? When she's going to the Thorps and starts talking about the Thorps, look at where the Thorps are. Like the Thorps are a dying community. And then then Ava goes to HFF and then brings over Dan and TK, and then everything implodes and shit. Yeah. Like Dan and TK is kind of like the poison pill. Like you bring Dan and TK into the community, and then everybody's like, so it's not because like I'm thinking everybody's a bug, but it's more like the fact that like when the house that you're living in is imploding and you scatter everywhere, that's what happens. The whole neighborhood starts getting refugees because people are trying to find somewhere else to watch, right? For content. Some people are there to watch for content, new content. Some people are there to make a new Discord community or something like that. Or some people just want a place to belong. Yeah. So that's more like that's what I meant by that analogy. Because it's like a vector of insects, I suppose. I mean, is it better if I compared everyone to like a germ and do germ theory or something? Do you like that analogy better? No, probably not. Okay, what else here? Oh, something else I've heard. The Palantir is stocking up offices with nicotine pouch vending machines. So Zins are popular over there. There you go. Got some Zins here. Free Zins for everyone. I mean, that's pretty bad. I mean, when I worked, I would be hoping like, hell, yo, you gotta. I don't want that shit. Give me some acid to microdose or something. What the fuck, bro? Give me some Zins. What a cheap way. Or at least give me some Adderall or something. Okay. To abuse. Well, I guess that's just too. That's just gonna create too many liabilities. Yeah, we got some drug addicts in the future too. Okay, last thing to talk about: Hindenburg Omen has been flashing off a lot recently out here. Yeah, are we gonna crash or not? I don't know. Whatever. We got this front month, so 3 month over front month of volatility index indicator. We should bounce on Monday if nothing goes wrong. Okay, if nothing goes wrong, we get no news. We should try to bounce. However, if we fail this week to hold, we might crash and go all the way down. Yeah, I don't know. Porsche's gone, Tyrone. Yeah, I don't know. HB's moved on to like, it's not going to be the same. I don't think we can replicate it anyway. Everything's changed too much. I wish. Oh, you like that? Yeah, I try to find some non-copyright disease. It's not really MySpace, you know. It's not MySpace. It's not my property. It's not my property to declare my opinion anyway. It's the community. It's the whole community. It's not my opinion. Doesn't really matter. It's just a convenient analog for how things spread around the different voids, I guess. Okay. All right. Let me play some Void stuff, and then we'll switch over before I play some copyright stuff later on. So please subscribe to my channels. All right. Give crack to me. I will shut off the Urban Landlord multi-stream in about 20 minutes or so, I guess. Okay. And but we will play this video first from Mooncake. And hopefully I got enough memory in my computer to run this shit. Because if you run StreamYard for a little bit too long, it sucks up all your memory in your browser. It's 2 hours now. Let's see what happens. All right, come on. So, let's see what Mooncake said about 2 weeks ago. You guys like the drama, don't
Hello.
you?
Hello. Wait, let's see. Oh, hi, Hurricane Pyro. Hey, how are you, my dude? I'm Montero. Hi, Poof. I love you too. I don't know if any of you saw this stream from yesterday. I'm not pinching my face, Poof. I'm not in the mood today. Did any of you see my stream? Hi, Mythical. Hi, DR. Outfit check. I'm just wearing a tracksuit. I'm just wearing a Lululemon tracksuit. You can kind of see it in front of a Lulu tracksuit. Poof. I'm not dealing with you today. Yeah, I got so much, what's the word I should use? I got a lot of pushback on that live. What was that about? Talking to too many people at one time, but like I'm over everybody. I'm over everyone. I'm just over everybody. And I don't care, like whoever's in here who's gonna like run back and tell like Shen and like Hammer and like anyone else, I don't even give a fuck. Go tell them. I really don't care. Like I'm over all of them. I'm done. I think here's my goal, okay? I'm also sorry the lighting is so bad. Here's my goal. I want to go be single for a year. I want to do a silent retreat in like Thailand. I want to do a silent retreat. I want to travel. I want to just focus on work. And I want to go be single. I want to go be single for a year or two. And then try and meet someone. I want to meet someone when I'm a little bit older. People are going to say that's not good because of how old I already am, but I don't care anymore. I'm not doing any of this anymore. I'm just gonna go be single, go live my life. I need to go back home to Canada. Do you need like a bench cell down? True, you are an old hag. I know, Montero, it's true. I am an old hag. I'm just 27. I'm fucked. I'm screwed. Yeah, I'm just kind of over it. You know what? Lesson learned from me. Okay, let me tell you guys something. Don't date people you meet on the internet. That's just not a good idea. Like, I have stuff in hat. What? Are you talking about my cowboy hat? Is that what you're talking about? Hi, Vanta. By the way, sorry the lighting is shitty. And yeah, you might be cut. I know. I think I just want to be single for a year and then just go live my life. I think I made a lot of mistakes. And I think, and just a warning for a lot of you, I think I made a lot of mistakes and I think I made a lot of wrong decisions and I can only blame myself at the end of the day. Hi Clouds. So like I said, don't be like me. Don't be like me because it fucking sucks. And now I have to fix a bunch of these mistakes and like I wish I could tell you guys and I can't. And it's gonna take me forever to fucking fix these. Like, I just want to go home. Auntie's grieving on what should we do? I already forgave you. Thanks, Clouds. Yeah, yesterday was a mess. Yesterday was a complete mess. And like, push-up smart. This is, what's crazy? This isn't even a push-up bra. This is just a normal one. You're always a bitch. Go home and recharge. I need to go home. Guys, if you can, just shameless plug. Cash App is MoonkickXO. So is the PayPal. Hi, Oxy. Bullshit. I'm serious. I'm dead serious. I'm actually not doing, it's actually really not a push-up, I promise. We all make mistakes. Yeah, but Clouds, I make a lot of them. Hi, Poof. I'm good. How are you? I make a lot of them. It's not good. Or should we give you time? I mean, it's like what part do you want to talk about? Like, I know some of you were there for yesterday, and it was like, with like the multiple people and stuff, and like they were upset. One guy messed up. Vanta, yeah. And so, Vanta, I decided that I just need to be single for a year. And, oh, Oxy. I had one guy on the phone, we're talking. Hi, Poor. I had one guy talking on the phone, and he reamed me out for seeing another guy. Hey, Ponder. And then some issues happened with Thing, and like I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna take a year break from dating or being in relationships. Sorry, I'm gonna take a year break from dating or being in relationships, and I'm gonna focus on. I'm just gonna focus on fucking, I don't know, traveling. Oh, hey, Art. Hi. Yeah, I think I'm going to focus on traveling for a year, and like I want to do the silent retreat, so I'm going to focus more heavily on Buddhism, and I'm going to Which one, Clouds? Which person? Oh, me and Hammer? I know, technically we weren't. So, I mean, people get mad at me for that, but by the way, this is a VOD show. I've been holding on to this. What's wrong with art? I like art. Art's cool. Don't do the Eat, Pray, Love. People will see me sitting around the world. No, I'm gonna do the Eat, Pray, Love vibe. I am gonna do the Eat, Pray, Love vibe. Definitely do so. Thanks, Oxy. I appreciate that. I know, I need to go back to my Lego streams. That's when life was so easy. Life was simple then. I didn't know this, like, dating and stuff would be so messy. I'm gonna go to IG, give this guy the loyalty test. Who? I don't like it. Gmon, what does that mean? I'd go over in 24 hours. I'll tell you the details, okay? Unless I didn't have a life. It'd be best to do. You know what? I've been doing a lot of walking. I haven't for the past couple of days. I've been a bit, like, sad and depressed, but I don't even know how long I'm gonna stream today. I'm just kind of like, I know dating in our generation fucking sucks, guys. Like, I don't know. You know what? You might be on something, Fanta. We might need arranged marriages because I keep picking wrong. I keep fucking up, so you guys might be on something. Genuinely. I keep fucking up. My dating life. I'm not meeting anyone online anymore. If I'm gonna date someone, we're gonna meet IRL, real life, okay? I want to meet you in like a restaurant or a lounge or at the grocery store. I want to do stuff like that. I don't want to meet people online anymore. Not for dating. Friends, sure, but when it comes to dating, I don't think it's a good idea. Arrange with a beauty. Only wrong when babies are involved. Hi, Sim. And what do you mean, sorry? Hi, King Nova. Hi, Weebop. Hi, Main Event. Time will heal. I mean, I hope so. I think I'm just going to take a break. And I'm going to... I don't know. I'm going to go home. It's a very adult of you. I just think I need to meet somebody IRL. I think that's the best idea. Poof, I mean, sure, I can try if you really want me to. But Poof, you should pay me for that. Hi, Oats. I'm sorry, but I'm tired tonight. That's okay. I'm kind of streaming late. I don't know how long I'm going to stream for. I'm just kind of complaining about the fucking bullshit that's going on. Oh yeah, once kids are involved, you're stuck. Dude, I'm so glad. I'm actually really lucky I don't have any children. I'm just like... So... I'm not going to work for free. I don't know what you think this is. You're just like, work for free, man. If you had a friend of a friend, of a friend, or a relative, no randomness, it works well. I mean, I think it's possible, but it's like you got paired up with someone that you just, like, despise. Somebody like, oh, no thank you. I don't know what it is. It is kind of late, though. Oh, I think it's like 11 o'clock on the East Coast. So, let's see. I don't know. I'm just like, yeah, I'm just sad. Just having a sad day. Hi, Scrubby. You bum in? Yes, sir. I'm in like a bad mood today. Ugh. Feel free. Do you think you can still be friends with the opposite sex if you've seen each other's genitalia? I think so. I mean, I really think once you meet years ago, if it was like 15 years ago, I really don't think it's something that is even important. Do you think you got evil eye because you flexed your relationship? Yes. Yes. Emotional toll, Bob. You know what? I gotta take responsibility for a lot of that, so that is what it is, you know? You're an incel? You're not even an incel. Hope this isn't a cope stream. Wait, what's a cope stream, if you don't mind me asking? What's a cope stream? No, I mean, I said I take full responsibility for everything, like, yesterday. I'm saying, who's Brown Man? So I'm sorry, never sleeps. Oh, it's okay, Bob. I mean, that's life, right? Yep. One for this really fucked up. Yeah, Lola. Oh, okay, shit. I was just curious. I was like, oh, I wasn't too sure. Brevin is great. One time too. So yeah, this is just like, I guess, a cleaning stream. I don't know. It's nothing entertaining. I'm not like high energy. It's just, I guess you call it lazy in a way, or me being as real as I can be. I was listening to sad music earlier. My DMs are always open. That's very sweet. Hello, fucking EE, what are you talking about? You're so gross. No, EE, I told you I'm going to be single for a year, and I'm going to go to Thailand, and I'm going to do a silent retreat, and I'm going to, yeah, I'll try TV Pop. I'm literally the Marvin's room. Can you believe that? Whose money? Whose money do I have? I'm just like waiting to go home. I'm just like fucked up. Sounds like an exciting plan. Yeah, I mean, I think so. Doing a struggle session alone as well. Things are going good. I know this really is a lone struggle session. Isn't that insane? You're a queen, Catwoman, but we still love you for who you are regardless. I'm serious. I love the weekend. Do I just want a 10-day silent meditation retreat? They're free too. I want to do a silent retreat so badly because I'm playing with my watcher. I think I'm just like, oh, fuck. Maybe I should start dating women. Maybe that's my problem, huh? Maybe I need to start dating women. Looking shop today. Thanks, Dan. That really is helpful. That really just, brightens up my day. But that hurts the wallet. I know, it just seems so cool. And it's probably really peaceful and it's good. Don't be liberal, Moon. I like being liberal. Experiment and film it. Oh, I would love to film it. That'd actually be so cool. Get on your phone, stop talking to humans. Way to pile on. Like, literally, way to pile on. Thanks, buddy. Do you think the problem is modern culture? As an incel, yes and no. I mean, social media has probably made loneliness worse, and the idea of having relationships is probably even harder. So if you're an incel, I don't know. I would tell you. Going to eventually, I'm guaranteeing you you'll get over it. I mean, that's true. I'm sorry, I'm just going to lay down a little bit because I'm being lazy today. I think I'm more, 1 second, let me put my Hello Kitty blanket out. Let's not get Hafez upset or anything. And quit. What a diabolical. It's I wish I could explain it, but I can't. I wish I could, but you know what? Get comfy. I'm trying. That was a cool small Tibetan Buddhist. But hi, Imperial. Hi. I'm just hanging out. I don't know. I don't know what we're talking about. Did not hit it and quit it. I ended things. Hi, Dabs. Intimate relationships? People are less personable. I mean, probably to an extent, people are less personable. Compassion. It's unfortunate. Oh yeah, I also have Twitch. Vicious, if she was born with an XY chromosome, she has an epic jawline, hella Riz. Only 6, she's 5'10" as a woman. Honestly, true. Hi, MRJ. I mean, EAU's correct. Now I have to wait for you to come visit. Yep, you gotta wait a year. Moon, do you have Riz? I mean, maybe. I have empathy still. I'm just like... I have empathy still. I am just mentally ill. Stay strong, my glorious bucko. What's been new? You don't even want to know. You genuinely don't even want to know. You guys don't want to know. Vanta eventually, but I think it's going to take longer. I think it's going to be a while for that to happen. Unfortunately, I think that's gonna be a little while. It's money on the floor. Listen, don't starting Imperial. I got in so much trouble for that shit yesterday. I got in so much trouble for that shit. I'm just like, okay, just play the victim. Like, it's just fucking incredible. It's honestly fucking incredible. It's true. And it's like, you try and pick the good ones, and even then, it's fucked up. You read some Carl Young, that'll help. Random masterclass guy, like, cast on this one. Listen, fucking UJ, fucking Hammer, fucking Shen. Hi, Gag. I'm good, how are you? Fucking Mr. 42, fucking everybody else. Imperial, I respect that, actually. I'm riding with you right or wrong. This is what I'm talking about. It's real as fuck. Yeah, all men are like this. I'm 27. Gag, I'm 27.
Yo, all right. I'm back. So I played a little bit of this. I think you get kind of an idea where Mooncake is gonna go, so I'm gonna keep playing a bit of this stuff here. I'm sorry for like the video, like stuttering a bit because like I didn't have time to reduce it to 720p on this video here. It's at 1080, so this is an odd live. Yeah, she went on like a revelation, I guess, a disclosure, or maybe it's an admission or a confession. I don't know. Thank you, Tyrone, for subbing, because we're going to switch over. So I'm going to turn it off here on the Urban Landlord. We will continue over my channels at GetCrack to Me. Okay, so go over there on YouTube and Kick. Okay, go over there right now. We'll play more stuff, Thorpe stuff, and I can play more background music choices here, which are, I guess, quote unquote, could be copywritten or some shit. I don't know what's copyright or not copyright. It's the copyright algorithm is very selective in what it thinks is actually copyright, even though it shouldn't be copyright. So I think a lot of people put content IDs all over the stuff. That's really annoying for anybody trying to just replay things to react to it, you know. Okay, so GetCrack to Me. So I'm gonna shut this down on the Urban Landlord. We're gonna switch over here. Goodbye, guys. I'll see you around for another finance session on Monday, I guess, depending on how exciting it is. If it's not exciting, then who cares? Maybe I won't show up tomorrow. Also, Napstar will have a stream, so go over to his channel. It's going to start within like 45 minutes or so. Okay, and there you go. That's his channel right there. Over there, sub to that. Get the notifications on. And this is the stream link, so go over there. All right, shutting down the Urban Landlord. Go over to my channel. See ya. Okay, we are now only showing this on my channel, so we should be safe now. Let's play this.
So I'm gonna travel for a year and be single and do that, because why the fuck not? What's the point anymore? Might as well go be a hoe in different area codes. No, I won't be a hoe. I'll be a hoe. Maybe. It's still White Boy Winter. Let me get a chance. Is so crazy. And Femcell. I'm thinking I might try I think I might try an Asian man this time. I think I'm gonna go Asian this time.
Oh, go an Asian, huh?
Asian.
Hey, you already
Like
dated a 45-year-old.
I want to try something new. So I think I might try an Asian man. No Asians, please. Is so crazy. Why'd you say that? Why'd you say no Asians? Hey, with Tom Hanks' Jamaican son. I wish. If I could start a new lineup, I'm so serious. I have to. And then took your sister. Me and UJ never had intercourse. I'm not Asian. Me and UJ never had intercourse. Passport bro tet in the making. Seriously. No, I'm not Asian. UJ did not do anything with me. White man equals 42. I cut. Seriously. Honestly, I can't really be bothered with Zach anymore. If you can't tell Zach is a scammer, you deserve to get scammed. Can I be part of the roster? Perhaps. I respect your privacy. No, I'm serious. Why would I lie about that? Why don't you any of you believe me? I would tell you. I would just say it. If it was true, I would just say it. Next destination, Thailand. I do want to Thailand for a retreat. Are you sick? I might be getting sick. My voice, I know, sounds kind of weird. All women lie. That is not true. They don't all lie. Yes, Vanta, of course. Of course I believe that. Of course I think I can. Cakes. Yeah, no, screw that guy. Like, seriously. I know, Imperial, tell him. This guy's always talking shit. Yeah, I heard Pam Bondi. They're going after Pam Bondi, right? I did hear that. Yeah, I mean, I did the ending, so I don't even give a fuck anymore. Like, I care, but I mean, it is what it is. Like, I just will move on. So I would just move on to the next one. Like, that's literally all you can do is keep pushing, you know? Like, what am I gonna do? Sit there and be depressed? I'm mod 77 and mod GetCrack. GetCrack will be $5 cash apps. GetCrack is a mod in here. GetCrack is a mod. He's a mod in on YouTube. Yeah, GetCrack is a mod. I know, it's disappointment from one thing to the next. You're an idiot, where you from? You're still very young, there's no need to be tied down right now. Yeah, but like, should Russia begin colonizing Africa? No, China should. China should extend its influence. But no, yeah, I'm just...
What? Man, she's always pro-China and shit. What the fuck, man?
tired of being like disappointed. It's so embarrassing. Like, I comment on here and it's just like, it's so embarrassing. And then people are like, oh, you jump from guy to guy, and it's like, well, what am I supposed to do? Like, sit there and be depressed? She never cheated. No, I woman that came from America. Okay, wish I was Asian. I'm so sorry, AE. That's so fucked up. Well, I just mean, like, what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to sit at home and, like, not talk to people? Like, don't get me wrong, this sucks, but, like, I'll move on. I went to Africa this winter to find a wife, breed her, and make her raise my seed. She won't get a British passport. That is horrific, Vanta. What the fuck is wrong with you? What the hell? No, I don't really do anything creative per se. I do a lot of, like, I don't know. I do more like exercising. I do like listening to music, but I don't make music or anything. Am I dark skinned? Yes, poof. And that's okay. You can be dark skinned. That's not a bad thing.
Yeah. I think when, like, Grace and her went at each other on CTs, like, yeah, Grace went at her on this shit, these points. But apparently, right now, she's in some dude's house talking about other dudes. Talking about UJ and all. Yeah, she's got like hella fucking simps, man. This crazy shit. Oh my god. I think in this stream she also goes over the fact that the dude that she's staying with, Shenandoah, this white guy, her father didn't give a shit when she went to the hospital because of her heart. She has like heart condition, which is funny. Grace also has heart issues, right? So I don't know if heart conditions have something to do with Voight or what with e-girls around here, but yeah, this is something. And he flew down flew up from LA or Vegas, I guess, I don't know, to Canada to see her at the hospital because her own dad was like, what the fuck, bitch? Why you start bothering me about this? This whole hospital stuff is really interfering with my life, man. Like, even her own dad is like, bro, deal with it. Yeah, good God, it's simply, yeah, I don't know. I mean, she is very cute, very attractive, but this is kind of like out of control, brah. And like, if I'm gonna be the next one in her little notch here, yeah, I'm just gonna become like her sugar dad or some shit. It's just gonna be like, this is really annoying. I never became a sugar dad or had that kind of role. If I was gonna have that kind of like imbalance kind of relationship, I'd rather have a dommy mommy or something like that who pays for my shit. It's like, this is ridiculous.
That is not a bad thing. Exactly, they get a pass for being promiscuous, but if I do it... That's crazy, Vanta. And a bright smile. Yes, sir. I don't know, guys. I'm feeling fucking depressed. I'm feeling so depressed today.
Yeah, for sure.
Judging.
Right?
It's kind of crazy, though, but only Buddy can get away with it. Hammer. You find... No, Hammer's not lame. And I do care about him. I do care about him. I care about him a lot, and like, I am sorry for hurting him. And I'm trying to go home. Like, you guys don't get it. I'm trying to go home. I am. Like, Mooncake, ever want to visit North Dakota? I just know the guy for you if you do. Are you talking about freaking King TL? If that's who you're talking about, then no. Like, are you insane? Like, no. Visit Minnesota. I was gonna visit Minnesota, funny enough. His dick after giving money. That's crazy. He did a stream tonight and they were going in on him. I actually felt bad for him because they were cussing him about me. No, I'm not going anywhere near King TL. Are you insane? That guy's fucking crazy. To the blues. That is true. I do need more vitamin D. I've been taking my vitamins, but why until after March 20th? Like I said, I need to go on a trip, to be honest. I need to go on a trip. Why is he crying on his stream? Why is he crying on his stream right now? No, I was upset with him, Imperial, and so I'm just like, I'm done. He lost Melanie. Okay, well, doesn't King Tail have like lots of women? Jerk's chicken rice and peas. Ooh, that sounds yummy. My enemy. Why is he your enemy? What? Wait, why is he crying? Treat me like a lady. You guys are just trying. You guys hate me. Like, you guys obviously hate me, and it's so annoying. Like, you guys genuinely hate me. Like, I'm actually going through it, and nobody even gives a fuck. Hi, Craig. He wants my pussy and he can't get it. That is so fucking crazy. Guys, I'm so sad. I'm so sad. Thanks, Clouds. And she's a CCP sim. I'm not a CCP sim. I just want to go home. I want to go home. I want to go back to Canada. And I'm stuck in this country for a little bit. And I want to go home. I want to go see Tina. And I want to go out for dinner with Tina. And I want to get a drink with Tina. And I want to, like... I want to fucking leave so bad. And, like, if I could leave tonight, I would. Genuinely. When can you go home? It's gonna be after March 1st because, like, plane tickets are stupid to get back to Canada. Like, it's like $1,000 plus. And, like, there's no point when I can pay, like, $200 March 1st. Like, why would I pay an extra $800? I want to see Tina too. Well, you will when I go home and I stream with her. I really want to see my sister and I just want to go home. I just want to go home so bad.
Aww.
Pretty...
Oh, baby wants to go home. All right, so this continues on for a while. Let's see some panelists show up here.
I'm responding because I don't know what he's saying.
All
He had to tell Hammer what he knew in person as a man.
Hello.
Hey, Cakes.
Hi. Thank you for the subs.
No, you good. I give it to the Hammer. I could give them to you.
Yeah, after you guys told Hammer to stay away from me, and I was like this scumbag.
That make you feel some type of way?
Yeah, of course. Like, what?
For what? Why you feel some type of way?
Because, like, it's not true. I didn't even mean to do anything to him.
Look, you can gaslight Hammer. You ain't fixing the gas like me. Alright? Like, yo.
I didn't.
Look, you know I fuck with you. Look, I fuck with you. And you know I'm always down to shit on Hammer. Like the next person. But since y'all had to talk about it, I felt like we were all allowed to pitch in our 2 cents.
So we got UJ, this guy Hammer from Idaho. We got Shenandoah from Vegas. So we got all these simps here. All right.
I mean, of course, you guys can give your opinion. That's fair, right? Because we made it public. But, like, I feel like I was really honest with her in a lot of ways. And I think some of it I could have been clearer about and set better boundaries. But I actually do care about him.
Yeah, it's called like fish love, right? Like you love fish, you love to eat fish, but like you gotta kill the fish, you know, in order to enjoy it. And that's the part that you love. That's how you love Hammer. You love to fuck with Hammer. And then it's like, oh, okay.
No, it's not to mess with him. Quebec wants to have a word. Yeah, we speak French here. No, that wasn't true. It wasn't just to mess with him. I actually do care about him. And I told him, I said, fine, buy me a plane ticket tonight. Buy me a plane ticket tonight.
You told him to buy it?
Yeah.
You're so fucking messy. Yeah. If you love me after everything I did, spend more money on me. Honestly, I fuck with it. He probably would have done it if I wasn't there.
What I'm trying to show is that, like, if he wants me to show up, like, I'll show up tonight. I'll buy tickets tonight. I'll show up. You know what I mean?
Stop it. Yeah.
Wait, right? I'm trying to show, like, that I'm being real.
Yeah, but that's not healthy at all.
If I fly to go see him, that's not healthy.
You think that's normal?
If I fly to go see him?
No, I mean like everything that's happened between y'all. You think that?
I think it's normal to an extent. I just think it's like complicated. You know, like I think it's like a bit toxic, right?
Oh, but, look, we passed toxic. This is like this is something else.
Like it's toxic, but like it's not.
Like okay, let's put like roles were reversed. You think you would tell you to be with someone that did that to you?
It would depend. It would depend on if they were really wanting to change and if like, that person was actually happy.
Fuck no. Get the fuck out of here. If the roles.
I'm not 100% sure, but I think he did give her a laptop or at least an iWatch or something like that. Women like Moon is why Iran has the laws that it does towards women. Yeah. And you know, going back to the talk about city states and digital city states and stuff, and how people are concentrated in the oh my god, like, because we're all in a service economy, like these the women who, like, okay, I told UJ basically this: if I saw a mooncake at my workspace, like she was moving up in the corporate ladder, I would always try to find women like her to be friends with in the workspace, because these women could help you out. You know, they could come in clutch when you need to do some political machinations. So a lot of like people who move up and down the ranks at work, when you do like white collar, it's like highly political. It's sometimes, you know, when you work in tech, it's kind of like, yeah, your performance, your actual performance, your manager might rank you or whatever, but sometimes it also helps to get political credit, political power, because these guys, you know, they can override certain decisions. You might be saved from a layoff here or there. You never know, you know, or they could put in a good word. You might be able to shift to a different team within the company and move up that way. Yeah, these women, I would always seek out and try to be friends. If I could tell a woman like this does not like me, like right off the bat, she dislikes me, I try to stay away, like not even be in her radar or even her field of vision. Like, I want her to forget about me. You just don't want someone that doesn't like you to always notice you or something. Yeah, that's bad. That's always gonna be bad. So it's highly female driven in a lot of these tech workplaces, for sure. Especially now, I'm guessing, compared to when I joined the workspace. So yeah, definitely keep that in mind. You know, you have to play politics.
The reverse, it would only take one slip up, because example would be Shifty. Shifty fucked me the fuck up once for the Lord to be fuck Shifty for life.
I agree, but here's the thing, okay?
I'm not look. I believe that at one point you probably did love Hammer. I believe that. Now other people can say like, no, it's not. I believe it. I think, like I said, when he went to go see you, the way y'all looked at each other, I thought it was love.
Yeah.
But the shit that done happened after and in between, now it's like, okay, this isn't love. This is something else.
I think it's still love, because you want to know some tea? You want to know some tea that he doesn't talk about? When he was supposed to see me last July, okay, Scott flew to Idaho just to tell Hammer, just to snitch on me about a bunch of stuff, right? So Hammer stopped talking to me. So that had ruined the relationship then when we were talking about getting back together. Okay? So we were
right. Scott said that he had to tell Hammer what he knew in person as a man.
Yeah.
Yeah, which I can't fault Scott, and I think Scott is like the...
I don't think that was
fair. That's Scott lore. We need to keep that Scott lore out, because if Scott gets involved, it's going to be worse.
It's messy.
It's very messy. That's what I'm saying. Like, we can't... And that's not... Look, let's try to keep it on Hammer, right?
No, he did me dirty, though, because that messed up that, right? And so we didn't talk for a while, and then we started talking again. And, like, we said we weren't monogamous. He said he didn't want to know anything about what I was doing. And I was, okay, it's fine, right? And so it was a big deal. And then he found out, and, like, obviously it hurt him. And so
yeah, well, I mean, like, why wouldn't it hurt him, right? Like,
if you guys want to buy my plane ticket to Idaho, right now, I'll go to Idaho.
Look up flights to Idaho from wherever you're at.
No, look it up. I'm gonna do it on screen.
Because he wants to say yes, but there's no way I could tell him that's a good decision.
Okay, let me see. I obviously won't say like exactly where he is, but somebody will know. Okay, I would have to leave tomorrow because obviously it's already late tonight. Okay, so if I left tomorrow from where I am, it is
$800.
If I leave tomorrow, it's like $416. If I leave on the 26th, it's $160.
Oh shit!
That might
like
be
a few days difference.
Yeah,
but that's because it's like a major airport where you're by, so yeah, I kind of get that. Look, I'm never gonna advocate because I think y'all two need to separate. Like that is not a healthy.
I think it's very
crazy.
It's very
that's
healthy.
Crazy because like y'all both did. Well, I can't say Hammer didn't say fucked up shit to you, but I also can't tell Hammer that you didn't do fucked up shit to him. And then to say like, oh, just to move on. Like, how many times does a snake gotta bite you before you're like, it's not gonna be poison this time? Like,
but like, I'm willing to go see him. It is not the important thing.
You gaslight so fucking well. Yo, what is this fucking? Yeah, that's the part, right? Never mind the trust, the lies. Like, I'll see you, and you see me, you're gonna forget about all that. Like, yeah.
I'm gaslighting because I'm saying like, hey, I'm gonna come see you. Like, I'm gonna give you what you wanted.
What do you think he wants, though?
To see me.
No. What do you think he wants?
to see me.
You think that's what he wants?
Mm.
Yeah, y'all are fucked. Like, there's no saving y'all. Fuck it. Like, yeah.
He wants a relationship. I know what he wants.
Yeah, but you think he's gonna be there like, okay, now I see, yeah, let's have a relationship now, and then, you know,
He wants.
in like what, day 2.5, you're like, fuck, I'm in this shitty fucking state, and I can't leave. And it's like, and you're gonna be looking around, and you're gonna be like, yo, it's like fucking Silent Hill out here. What the fuck? And you're gonna be like, no, Hammer, don't leave for work, stay here. And then Hammer loses his job, and then now Hammer's jobless, and you're gonna be like, yeah, I'm off back home, bro. Like, fuck out of here.
Fine, I'll be single for a year. Let's be single, I guess. I don't know. I told him to do what he wants. If he doesn't want to see me, I mean, like, he doesn't have to, right? Force him.
But what makes you think like you think it's what is it about Hammer? Because obviously, like, that's what I'm trying to figure out, and maybe you can explain to me. Why is it that like you were willing to lie to him? Because that's what I can't fathom. Because like, look, I blame Hammer more than I do you, because I feel like the first time it was your fault, and I feel like after that, the fact that Hammer could forgive you, then it's like, okay, now it's your fault, Hammer. Like, so yeah, so like, sorry if it came off rude, but I feel like Hammer doesn't see it naturally because he's, you know, retarded.
He's not retarded. I mean, I was lying to like multiple of these men, if we're being honest.
Yo, yeah, no, yeah.
So
you know, I don't know how they don't see it. You know, that's low key their fault that they don't see it. You know, and
so,
you know,
so it wasn't just him. Like, other people found out information. Don't forget when I was seeing, I think 4 or 5, like 4 of them dropped me at the same time when they found out about each other. That was back.
4 of them found out at the same time, and they all dropped. Oh my god! Come on.
in July.
yeah, that's not bad though.
So it was like, damn, because like Scott built my spot, right? He built my spot. And
Yeah,
then
but I'm more upset that you fucked up the Scott thing, because that Scott thing was like a guarantee, and that's when I was like, there's no hope for you, because if you fuck up a Scott thing,
he wanted crazy stuff. Like, if you knew the stuff he wanted, you'd be like, it's
well, yeah,
stuff-
he said the crazy stuff. Everyone just assumed he was joking, and it's like, no, he's for real.
no, he was dead ass.
Yeah, no, he was for real.
And I was like, oh, whoa. Like, some of it, I was like, no, it's too far.
What, like getting married,
No,
having his kid, like, like,
imagine shit that they do in Dubai.
look, I mean, like, look, if he dropped 1,000 subs on you, yeah, I guess you're going to Dubai. Like, what are we talking about?
I'm saying something.
Like, you better put on that burqa and start changing your name to like Muke, you know, Mujahideen or some shit,
Wait, you said.
because that was like a guaranteed.
Yeah, you see what you said?
Nah,
Like, see the comment? Scott wanted to poop on you? Question mark. Oh, he dropped. Actually, scrub this VOD, dude. We have so many VODs we have to scrub. Yeah. So there was stuff that I was like, whoa, no. Are you crazy? Like, even for the amount of money, and like, guys, for some people they might take the money. It was like for $3,000. I'm like, who's doing that for $3,000? Personally, even if I have to sit here and be like, hey, yo, I'm broke. Like, I'm not doing that. Like, no, there's literally no way. Like, you're fucking insane. So, what do you want me to say? And there was some crazy shit. You guys don't even know. There's some crazy shit. So, like, shit was fucked up. And behind the scenes. My life is messy. My life is a mess. Hey, can you hear me? I can't hear your audio. Oh, I can hear you now. You cut out again, I think. Yeah, his fetishes were listen, I'm not gonna get into it because I'm not gonna expose like that because that's not fair. But yeah, it was just too much. And I was like not into it. I'm also gonna have to scrub this VOD. Isn't that crazy?
Ooh, fetish. Man, you're not gonna drop the T. I want to know what Scott's fetishes are. Come on, tell us. What is he willing to drop so much money on you for? What? Come on.
No, Imperial, even worse. Imperial, like, think of some of the worst stuff you can do, and there you go. Like, I would literally have to tell you behind the scenes. This one? I don't think we have the same hat. Maybe she AI generated her face onto me. Yeah. Maybe she tricked you. Put on my computer, no problem. I can't hear you if you're talking. I'm sorry, I can't hear you, but I think Smooth is joining. Somebody sent a link to, I don't know, I don't think Cameron's gonna join. Let me see. I'm gonna ask him who's gonna join. That's insane. Shit was crazy. Like, if I tell you, you're gonna be like, what the fuck? You'll literally be like, excuse me? So yeah. Teach us how to get an Apple Watch for free. It sucks because I actually really cared about you, Jay. So that part sucks. And I fucked that up too.
I watch from Universal.
But he is Tina now, so he'll be okay. I'm honestly, guys, between you and me, I'm just a fuck up. I'm actually just a fuck up. being with me is never a good idea, I guess. Hi, Hammer.
Hey.
Smooth is gonna join. You just fuck everything up. That is true.
Simp number one.
Wait, who did the worst things you can possibly imagine? Is that me? I feel like I haven't done anything that bad.
No, not you. No. Not you. It's about Scott for a second. I didn't like divulge. I was just saying this.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was honestly curious because I saw that you were with Scott, or not Scott, with Smooth and Ike, and I wonder, curious what it would look like with three of you.
Yeah, Smooth is joining soon. We're talking about what they had to say, and I'm telling them that they're not right, and that like I did mess up, but I did offer to come see.
You remember that guy Spurgy on the Thorpe dating show? Like when he did the physiognomy check and all that? We definitely need to do some physiognomy checks out here.
Offer is and I can see you. Or tomorrow if you want it.
Hammer, she said it's only 126 for her to come on the 26th. What do you think?
I don't even have 126.
No, it's okay. Moon's gonna do a sub goal. Oh, you fucker. Y'all played us. Y'all aren't serious. This ain't real, right?
This is real. I feel like, honestly, no, I feel like, Smooth and Ike were kind of hounding me a little bit, and it's, like, hard to talk with them, and it's also hard to, it's hard to, even if they're right, it's hard to be like, oh, I see what you're saying when they're, like, kind of going a little bit hard.
Well, I mean...
Do you want me to come see you?
I want you to come see me.
Is that what you want?
Okay, what I really want is for Ike and Smooth and everyone else to be wrong, and then for her to be 100% genuine, and for her to move on from this. But I don't know if it's true. But that's reasonable, right? You're laughing, but
that's reasonable.
Even Ike and Smooth has to. I came here because I was curious how Smooth and Ike would talk, because I feel like I have expected them to come out to Hersham and be like, "No, you're totally right. Hammer is totally in the wrong. We are just giving it a bullshit."
No, Moon, tell Hammer what I was saying, because I ain't said that. No, okay. I ain't say that.
No,
I didn't think. I thought there was a shift, but I wasn't saying that. That's definitely what you were gonna say.
Do you want me to come see you in 2 days? It literally takes her $126. Do you want me to come see you?
Okay.
No, let Hammer. Hold on. Smooth. Let Hammer say this, because it's gonna determine how we approach it.
If you want me to come see you, I need to know so I can plan this. So I can actually buy the ticket and come see you before it changes.
How long would you stay, Cakes?
Depends on how long he wants me to stay.
Yo, look at him smiling. Yo, you got him cheesing. He was so depressed.
This can't be fucking real, bro. Where's I'm coming on camera all the way for this, because that's why I set up my laptop. Listen, Hammer, I'm not going to be any less direct
disappointed
before. Do not do this to your fucking self. Even on this damn street, doing it on the street. This is peak gaslighting 101. This is manipulation like basics.
I mean, no, I disagree with that part. Because this is what you were saying.
Part is crazy.
That's because you're in it. Duh, you're supposed to disagree.
There's no link because the videos are all private now. Okay. Everything I'm showing you is what I have screen capped. Imperius basically has been going after Mooncake, Tina, and Low. That's the other reason Low's stream got taken down when she did her first quote unquote reveal stream. Let me see if I got an image. So Imperius has been basically copyright flagging people's channels I don't exactly know how he's just easily getting these content ideas, but this was Lowe's stream where she first talked about Ruby, and yeah, Lowe wasn't lying. While she was streaming, she was getting strikes on her stream as she was doing it. This video is no longer available due to a copyright claim by Mike Cerrone. Mike Cerrone is someone Imperius is trying to attack. So Imperius is striking people's channels, blaming it on a Mike Cerrone, some kind of a PDF that he claims he's going around trying to chase around the Boit. I have no clue what's going on here, but yeah, I can't believe that you could just basically randomly strike people's channels, claiming that something they showed on stream belongs to them. That is insane. But yes, Imperius has a whole crew, I guess, with him doing this shit. So yeah, that's why Lowe and Tina and Mooncake, they keep taking down their videos and streams all the time because they have to keep a low profile. Anything could be copyright struck by Imperius at this point, whoever he hates. So yes, be aware of that. Anything you see on the YouTube streets, please screen cap, please archive, give it to UJ. Universal Jones will need all this information, all the receipts.
Lost. You're in Inception. You are so deep in.
This is insane.
The spinning top is like on the ceiling.
Here's my problem: is that
You're an incel, and you haven't.
I am so.
Yeah.
No, I think that like I feel like honestly. Okay, Smooth Ike, could you admit that like there's a small I know that this is crazy. There's a small chance that like everything that you're saying is not necessarily true. That you're like
You're asking me to deny the last 34 years I've been a nigga and start and go, you know what? Yeah, this is not happening. Get the fuck out of here. That's crazy.
I mean, here's my problem. Like I have to take this seriously, and like on one side I have
Chad is even agreeing with
you.
Yeah, you know what, Hammer? Yeah, you know what? I think you should totally I think you should just give Mooncake all your money and just get her name tatted on your neck to show your fealty to her, if you actually love her.
I like his neck tattoos. He has a neck tattoo I like.
You know what?
Yeah.
Man, Hammer, you know what? You might as well just go outside. Get Moon on one cheek. And
No, that's not
on the other cheek. And
No,
just
that-
call it a day.
Yeah, can someone change his name to Hammer 22? Because holy shit.
Amber, do you want me to come see you in a couple days? I have to figure it out.
Hammer, you just say yes. Just say yes. You know you want to say yes.
Honestly, like it's really hard. Like honestly, Smooth and Ike, you're not making this any easier. I know you're.
I hope not.
You're not supposed to.
No. Like I mean.
Yeah, no, Hammer, this is like a notebook story, dude. This is so romantic. Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, dude, take your one shot at love, bro.
I think that Moon. I think that we both probably need some time away from each other.
Okay, that's fair.
How much time do you want to give, Hammer?
I would say
An
a
hour?
month or two to figure things out.
So, okay.
Do you feel like if you could talk in person with Moon, she would understand it better?
Thanks, Ike.
Alex.
Okay. All right. I do need to say this. I do need to say this since I'm here. I do need to say this because I spent like an hour and some change going hard in the paint on Hammer.
Look.
So Moon.
Hi.
All right. So Moon, listen. Learning all of this has probably been like the wildest, like, glimpse into like your life I've ever had. Like, cause you know me, I've I know you and Tina pretty well. Like I've hung with y'all in person. You know what I'm saying? Been to Toronto and all that stuff. Like I know stuff about y'all or whatever. Like, but I didn't know all of this. Like I knew enough to go. Okay, I know who they are. They won't kill me, type stuff.
Yeah.
They don't sell me on the black market. They're pretty chill, you know. But
Not no more, brother.
why?
Wait.
But why in this manner? Yeah, there are blacks in Canada. Why do this in this manner?
Like, do what in this manner? What do you mean? Sorry, specific.
Like online, on stream. Like me and Ike were coming on here. That was cool.
I can't be here for very long.
Hammer? Huh? What?
I can't be here for very long. I got someone else I promised to talk to.
Okay.
Wait, what?
So what are you getting at?
Are you saying that it's going to be temporary?
No. I can't be on this call because I have another friend that I promised to.
I thought you meant.
I just feel like if Hammer doesn't want to see me and he needs all this space, then like I don't know, maybe Smooth and Ike are right. Like maybe it's not gonna work because it's like I also at the same time
Don't do this.
waste my time.
Moon. Don't do this to dude.
What do you mean? I just don't want to waste my time. Like I don't want to play games.
No.
Is you that wasted time? Holy shit! I thought it was Hammer that was wasted time.
That's true. Yesterday, all of that. Then today, and then you're like, yo, you got an ultimatum. You need to make a decision in 24 hours or some shit. That's
a little bit crazy. That is a little bit crazy.
Honest, no, that's love, bro. That's toxic. I love that kind of love.
I don't want to play games. Like if that's the case, it's fine, right?
Not playing games.
No, but this is playing games to me because if you need to think about it for like 2 weeks, like I don't have time for it. Like just do your thing.
Sometimes you put me through the exact same thing like a million times.
Out here in front of me, that's damn near a stranger.
Okay, like some of that is different, but I'm talking about right now. I'm talking about the past. Because like, why are we still?
No, I'm talking.
That's old shit. Yeah, that's old shit.
That's all I'm talking about. Is yesterday.
We're in the present. We're in the present, so I feel like we should deal with the present. And
your gaslighting is elite level.
The present without context.
I know, but that's the past. Why are we gonna look back on the past?
That's like being black in America and being mad when somebody takes you calling them a monkey as a racist. You're like, oh, we don't deal in the past.
I didn't say
the historical context on why a black person would take being called a monkey.
Well, to be fair, Hammer, you did call Tina that when you were.
Oh yeah, are we playing that game?
You called her like a roach. No, but if I'm being real, I
called her a gremlin.
Yeah, gremlin. I feel like if Hammer's gonna sit there and live in the past when we're moving forward, and I'm saying, okay, it's fresh start, like I'll come see you, and he's saying that I need time to think. I just don't want to play games.
Cakes, you had like 7 fresh starts.
No, I didn't. I had like two and a half.
Moon.
What, 2.5 in a month? Hammer's making it seem like Hammer's not even making it seem the timeline of your fuck ups when it comes to Hammer is insane.
That's
Times Square, and then you're asking him, yo, let's go home to the Bronx. Like, let's walk. Like, fuck no. You just kicked me in the balls and slapped me in the face. Hold on.
Yeah, but that's in the past. Like, I think we're heartbreaking.
Right now in Times Square, he's still sitting there holding his balls. They're hurting.
It happened like a week ago. Yeah, this is like kind of insane, honestly.
It is insane. This happened a week ago.
About a week ago. Yeah, that's old shit. Whatever happened in, the 7th time fucking up.
And he's hurting.
But that's old shit. That is old shit, and we have to move
hurting
forward.
Right now. We just were on chat.
But we have to move forward. Like, I get that it hurts. But
move forward if you don't properly heal and address what's going on.
Okay, but like he has had time to heal. It's literally been a week.
He has not. I just talked to him.
It's been a week.
I just finished eating. That was an hour ago. I just took a shower.
Because you guys are
harping on the past.
Like all the
I didn't even go that far back. I knew information that was in chat today.
Yeah, but it's been so long that like it's already dealt with.
I feel like she's like fucking with us, honestly.
No, I'm actually not fucking with you.
A week is no time. Wait,
yes,
I don't know what Fractal Clouds is.
A week?
Okay.
Where's this week?
Lads, you're completely new to all this. Do you think that a week or is like enough to get over all the heart issues?
Erica Kirk needed less than a week. No, Hammer, what are we talking about? Erica Kirk needed less than a week. If Erica Kirk needed less than a week, you need less than a week.
If she's the standard, we should abolish funerals.
I came in because most of my relationships were online, and I felt like I would have something to add. Do not see each other. It is toxic. Smooth is absolutely correct. By the way, nice teeth, Smooth. And everything he is saying is out of love. If he hated y'all, he would say what Ike's saying, which he's doing for the benefit of the doubt, and say, go meet each other, go have fun, see what happens. Who knows what could happen in that matter of time? A lot of shit could happen in a couple of days. But you asked me, do you think a week is enough time? Absolutely not. In fact, I think a month might not even be enough time, because a lot of times we need more time than we think we need to process this information before we can even make the next steps. If you're going to go right into a next step without even processing none of this shit, it's going to be all chaos. And if you're willing to go that route, then maybe there's more that I don't know about you two that maybe I need to be filled in. But if there isn't, then I think that it's a huge mistake, and you guys are doing the right thing by being adults and not going forward.
Hammer, when you look at Moon, does your heart skip a beat?
A little bit.
Of course it does.
Yeah.
Of course it does. He's still smitten.
Oh, that hurts.
Oh my god, I don't know what's going on here. There's so much stuff going on. The context is lost on me. I don't know. This guy went to Times Square waiting for this chick or something, and something happened a week ago. Like, I have no clue, honestly. And it's just like, what the fuck? And it's just not one dude. We got like 4, 5, 10 other fucking dudes. I don't even know what's going on. Now, let's go back and compare this, with Jeremy and Grace situation, right? Because, they play games too. Everyone here is playing games. Moon is on some other level here of gameplay that I can't even fathom, I guess. Juggling all these people. Like, if we go back here, this was a classic example.
Years, maybe? I looked at the laws the other day because it is...
So, this was, probably nearly a month ago by now. But this sets up the motion of, Grace trying to keep Jeremy in orbit, right? So let me go forward here.
That's fateful might.
So
that out in court.
Okay, yeah, right here.
This one is full. This one is not even opened. Guys, come on. Come up. Help us to plan. To scheme. To manipulate. Is the link out there? Waiting on $100 for my fried scallops. Yes, Lala, I do remember that night. That's fateful night. I was trusting. I was having a good time. My dad said it felt like he had a family again. Remember that? I remember that. My dad said, Lala, you're one of the only collaborators that we can truly trust. Remember that? He was happy. We had the nightlight on. Played card games. Remember that? Fucking Groper. Yes, of course, Damius. That's why we're getting her started up. We more than a test run, buddy. We gotta go fill her up and get some scallops. Yes, Daninsky. Would it kill you to break down a box chair? Would it kill you? Fill her up. You're watching the gas station. Nobody's hitting the link. Come on, guys. I'm bored. I want to hear Jeremy cope about how he's reliable. I am reliable, bitch. What are you talking about?
Yes!
Not reliable. Come on. I drove you guys all the way from Jersey to Rhode Island.
Sorry. You can be if you want to be.
Worked on Daisy a bunch. And then you fed me a bunch of
Can
beer.
we
That
add
was
you?
your fault. That was your fault. I got drunk.
Can we add you to our selling proposition?
Yeah, no, I'd love to meet your family.
And I got to come back from Rhode Island for our court date anyway, so might as well plan it out.
Yeah, that's not real. Nobody believes that.
Talk to Distinction. I gave him the police report email.
Police don't give court dates, Jeremy.
Well, I filed the police report, so we'll find out. I think you need a court, bitch. You ready for that? How are you going to defend yourself? It's a pretty cut and dry case. I mean, you filmed yourself destructing property while I was telling you not to.
Jeremy, if what you're saying is true, you will be charged with filing a false police report.
That's what you texted me.
Yeah.
The cop already watched the video.
Did you actually do that?
Yeah.
Well, you just committed a crime. Good job.
Oh, well, you did too.
And you know you did.
We'll see who committed the crime.
You did.
Anyways,
you want to tell chat the reason why? You want to tell chat the reason why?
The reason why you committed a crime?
Why am I saying that you filed a false police report, jerk?
Shut up, Grace. Let's get back to the boat. We'll figure that out in court.
Because you didn't do it. Yeah.
See if that'll start.
Because you know it'd be fake.
This goes with your jacket. I'm gonna put it in.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Grace is in denial. Why would you burn my wallet like that, Grace? I mean, that's clearly a crime.
Oh, she locked me out.
The lieutenant watched it. He called me up. He provided me with the forms. You got an echo.
You got the key to the garage.
Do I have the key to the garage? Yes. It did not start now, but the light turned on.
Look how scared she is. You didn't file it. You didn't do it, Jeremy. False police report. Bullshit.
I don't think you filed it because you knew it would be a false police report.
How would it be a false police report?
You know how it would be a false police report.
The cop watched the video of it and then he contacted me.
Jeremy.
Oh, Ben, shut up. Ben, get out of here. No one wants to talk to you.
Oh, yeah, like, let's do this.
We're talking
fucking
the butt.
Nigger bitch. Bitch. You bitch. You want to get beat up? You little fucking bitch. You fucking cock-sucking bitch.
Not that one.
Fuck you, you fucker. I'll fucking wreck you, you fucking bitch.
This one.
You fucking faggot-ass bitch.
Ben, look at little Ben.
That's right, take it, boy. You little bitch. You little bitch.
Oh, this is my favorite part. Look at it! Look at Ben like slapping that fucking keyboard. Oh my god. Anyway. Yeah, so this continues a little bit here. We're gonna get to the conclusion of the wallet arc. Let's put it that way.
Now you shut your fucking mouth. The reason that I know that what you're saying is not true, the cops here will come and make an inquiry for any reason whatsoever. There was a police officer right here next to the property this morning. They haven't called us. They haven't contacted us. Obviously, they're
investigating.
No, why wouldn't they investigate by just calling us? They know us very well.
True.
Yeah, you want to try to unmute your mic? You want to try that game too? Fuck you! How's it feel? Oops, let me unmute. Let me unmute. Fuck you. How does it feel? You love getting domed, you fucking loser.
Okay, I have some positive news on the family front. Joey said yes. Of course.
Nice.
Like me.
Joey wants to be a chef, right?
No.
That's what he said last time you guys talked to him. I could teach Joey how to cook.
All right, I'm going to tell him maybe 15 minutes. Well, Jeremy, actually, it might work if you are threatening to do things that you never do because they're anti-me, but I don't really see how we're going to work together, especially if you're just threatening things that are fake. It just makes you look like an idiot.
Come on, Grace. You burned my wallet live on YouTube. Now you're like playing around with my laptop.
He isn't coming.
I already hate you guys. We've got a common enemy. They should want to work with me. I think John and I would get along great.
I mean, that's an option, but John doesn't respect you because, you know, you've made an ass out of yourself publicly, so.
Yeah,
Terry, I see you in the chat. Terry, I see you in the chat. You go on Jim's panel at 3 a.m. You don't say hi to me anymore. I'm finding it very offensive. Hit the link.
Ooh, this was interesting. This was a clap on Montiero. Like, oh, Terry, why don't you come on panel no more? I see you on Jim's panel though when he's drunk and shit late at night, but you're too scared to come up and see me. You know, Terry really got offended by that Irish goodbye. He really did. So that really flipped his opinions on Grace at that point.
Help me deal with this.
Me. This. You got an echo again. Fix that shit. What are you doing?
I can't. It just goes away.
What's the situation with that car? Is that something you guys are interested in there?
That's Ron's car that he's selling.
You want me to pick this stuff back? Let me sit here or sit back here. It doesn't matter.
Actually, can you take it into the garage?
Oh, I just locked it. Can I have the key back?
Oh, yeah, sure. You can just leave it open for now.
Okay.
So, can I ask you a question? Okay, you say you like Jeremy?
As much as anybody. I mean, like, there's people in real life.
Okay, hang on. Let me mute for a second.
What's up, chat? That was a fun little tantrum that
Ben's still back there muting him.
I will unmute myself. This is how Ben. Baby Ben. Look at this little baby Ben. Such a child, Ben.
All right, we're back. All right, let's see here. I have more responses. Joey's always coming. Joey's down. Oh, Montero, by the way, Montero, you told me to look up the Codfather because we were talking about the Mafia. I didn't think you were being serious, but apparently it actually is a thing. It's like this Mafia guy, Carlos, like not Mafia, but like the Fish Mafia of New Bedford. And he was going to sell his property for his business for $175 million.
Kevin's boots.
Kevin's boots, yes. So, we can meet up with you too, Terry. Once you grab Joe. Ooh, okay. It's getting there. It's legit. It's a fish mafia. You want to have dinner in New Bedford?
Ben sleeps with the fishes.
Come on, Terry. You'll make Joey feel more comfortable. I want you to meet Joey.
Don't talk about your mother like that. Don't talk about your mother like that.
What did Joey think about Laylo? That was a fun little collaboration. Laylo blowing smoke in Joey's face like an idiot. That was very funny, actually. The Joey Lalo interaction.
Yeah, and Kevin will never get those boots. Yeah. I remember they were still discussing it when they went to LA almost a year ago. Yeah, it's almost a year, right? 2 more months to this time. They were talking about it on the damn LA bus, the metro. They were like, oh, man, how are we going to deal with delivering Kevin's boots? Did they have those damn boots with them in LA too? Fucking weird, man.
Be that criminal right there, guys. Faces of crime. You're going to look good in an orange jumpsuit. You've seen Orange is the New Black, right, Grace? You like that show?
A pizza?
Yeah. I bought it this morning. It's cold.
Oh, sure.
Want some?
Oh, we're just about to go eat. I'll just save it.
You have it? Sunny D?
Yes. You have a box or anything?
You want some cold pizza, Grace?
Not really before we eat, but...
You can't get rid of that echo?
Are you sure it's not you?
No, it's not me.
I'm
on my phone.
Just filled cups.
Okay.
So am I talking to Jeremy or what's going on?
Yes, actually. Hold on. Give me your mic. No, don't give me your mic. Keep it on, but let me just... The iPhone microphone. Okay. Would you mind just... You're charging the car.
Yeah.
Just... No, sit right here. Just try to talk some sense into him now that you know the story, okay? I'm going to bring this to my dad because we're going to go out for dinner. Yeah. Hold on. Here's the battery pack.
You want Sunny D?
No, oh, actually, yeah. Thank you.
Get the battery back.
Because we get it, right?
All right, Jeremy. She asked me to talk to you.
You said you like him, so enjoy.
Because I said I liked you. She said enjoy. So what's going on with you and John Galt? What's this all about? Are you back on?
Well, it's not for sure. No, John Galt hit me up this morning asking if I was coming back. I said maybe. So that's an option. I'm not saying I'm doing it. It's an option.
Yeah, okay. They made it sound like you were like running right back there.
Nah. It's just an option at this point.
So what do you think about the boat thing? If we got it going, would you come back for that, or?
I'm interested. I wanted to get into that boating thing. I think that's something I'd be very good at. Honestly.
Yeah, we talked about it. I told her we talked about that on a private phone call.
Yeah.
But you gotta rebuild the bridge with the Thorpes though. It's their boat.
I'm taking her to court. Do you think that's gonna help?
No, I think you probably shouldn't do that.
Well, I got drop charges against her if I want a job.
I think you need to be forgiving and say, let's let bygones be bygones. What's going on with the boat? Use that line exactly.
Well, the thing is, I put in the report. The lieutenant said he'd have one of his patrol officers call me in a few days, so it'll probably be sometime this week. If they got something real... Well, no, I mean, the thing is, Grace would have to commit to giving me the laptop back. She'd have to publicly apologize, because I know she doesn't want to do that.
Okay, so they
and I might
offered
consider
to
forgiving.
give me the laptop. I thought about dropping it off at Plate of Wings on the way home. What do you think about that? Do we just give it back to him and he can send it to you? Or
no, it's too complicated. No.
Well, they just want it out of their possession, so they said they wanted me to send it to you, I think. We also have your jack.
Because they don't want to do it themselves.
We also have your 6mm Allen wrench. And what else do we got of yours?
There's probably one of my piss jugs in the bathroom behind you. You can send that to me.
Okay, you want me to? I would actually do that. Yeah, I think you should rebuild the bridge, and if we could get a channel going.
The thing is, I'd rather build a bridge with Courtney. If I'm going to be working with the Sons, I think it would be a bad idea for me to rebuild a bridge with Ben and Grace. Ben's a terrible person. I mean, you just saw him; he's a child, and his sons hate him. Why would his sons work with me if I'm on good terms with Ben? I think I'm in a perfect place.
Let me show you something. This is Jeremy's wallet. We never burned his wallet, and he knows it.
Oh, so now you're telling me that. Where's my debit card? Where are they?
Oh, didn't burn it. Oh, no, they didn't burn it. Yeah, of course they didn't burn it. Holy shit, it took this long to figure this out. On YouTube. I have that stream, the stream where, like, the pedo stuff started. Yeah, I have that one. I gave it to Spud. Spud has to clean up all the N-bombs and F-bombs and everything on there. Yeah, it's not TOS friendly to replay that one.
We texted him. We never burned your wallet. He's such a liar.
Let me see it. We already ordered a new ID and everything. I'm a liar.
So do you apologize for
everything? They're setting me up to make a false police report. No, I want to see the contents, Ben. Where's my debit card? Where's my health insurance card? Was it the right color? They burned my wallet. What they just showed me was not my wallet. That was like a black wallet or something. They burned my wallet. That was my wallet. So it was a crime.
I don't know. I was not here for any of that. I knew enough to get out of town.
Here's your wallet, dude. Right here.
Look at that 55-year-old man. See, they did burn my wallet. Sorry, Ben. Still a crime. Even if you took my ID out. Still a crime.
Do you know, can I promote?
Yeah, we'll get to, like, I mean, when Schizo cleans it up, I don't know if he has time to do it, but he has a method, like, he has a system to clean up that whole thing pretty well.
Is it the right color?
They burned my wallet. What they just showed me was not my wallet. That was like a black wallet or something. They burned my wallet. That was my wallet. So it was a crime.
I don't know. I was not here for any of that. I knew enough to get out of town.
Here's your wallet, dude. Right here.
Look at that 55-year-old man. See, they did burn my wallet. Sorry, Ben. Still a crime. Even if you took my ID out. Still a crime.
Gino, can I promote that? Gino's out. Nope, that's not it.
That's what happens, Grace, when you guys fuck with people like that. Sometimes they don't, they don't play the game you want them to play. And I see Grace is terrified of the cops.
I just had one run-in with them, and I'm not terrified of them, but I don't, the Warren cops are not top tier, I would say.
Whatever. Anyways, so what do you got going with this whole boat thing? You think you can get the boat going? Running?
Yeah, I don't think there's any problem getting the boat running, but it's a matter of getting it, in the water and working that we were
right, so that's part of getting it going.
Well, I told you about this. Like, to get the commercial license, you either have to be a student.
Yeah, I saw that. I'm just waiting for you to start, and I'll tell people to go over to your channel. Yep. Bet those two got feelings right then. Oh, okay.
Student or win the lottery. They don't just give them out to anybody.
Yeah, so exactly. So we would need some people to have a license.
Yeah,
and you're talking about under 23, so that would be the Sons. That would be John, probably.
Grace still has a few more months.
And Grace doesn't have to be a part of any of this. I would say get John if he's interested, or one of the other Sons. Get them the license. And I'll just be the main operator, maintenance guy.
Well, the deal is, though, you have 3 bushels per student license, and you upgrade it. So the more people who have it, the more money can be made on the boat. You know, if you have 3 bushels, it's not really like, like a part-time gig.
Well, that's what you guys are going to go and talk to the Sons and see if they're all on board, no pun intended. Go and talk to them. If you can get Charlie, Tom, and John on board, I'll do all the heavy lifting. I'll do all the maintenance. I can do, whatever. But if they want to work that, I'll work with them. I think that'd actually be very interesting. It'd be good for my channel. It's the kind of work I'd like to do, being out in the ocean on a boat.
And it's interesting. Like, I feel like the old timers and stuff, like, there'd be some flavor to the channel. A lot of the people around here, like, well, even Ron and Ron's friends, like, they are interesting people. Whether you like them or hate them, they're interesting people.
Yeah, no, I met Ron. He was cool.
I didn't like him. I just didn't hit off with him. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, he probably doesn't like me now after all is said and done. I camped out in one of his properties, I guess, but whatever. I could care less.
We have somebody backstage. I guess they can pull them up, can't they? Can't Ben and Grace pull people up?
Anyway, so how soon can we get this going? I'm talking like spring.
I was thinking...
If this doesn't work out, then I'm definitely just like going to consider Washington, D.C. and working with John Galt again.
I guess we'll find out if the guys don't meet with us, then I'm saying probably it's not very likely.
We already got one. Who was on board? One of the brothers is on board?
No, nobody signed up yet.
Oh, they just agreed to talk.
Well, Tom has been helping her with the garage, and so he's been, in their lives recently, but Charlie's got her blocked, and Joey's too young, I think. And I don't think John is, makes him eligible for the job. What was this?
No. Make me a part of the deal. Honestly, I want to come get my laptop. And if Grace and Ben didn't, well, they did burn my wallet, but if they didn't burn the contents within my wallet, I mean, the license thing, that's good. Didn't look like my debit card or anything else. They had my Orca card in there. That's all I saw. So there are a few other things, but I'm willing to forgive it if they publicly apologize, if I get my laptop back.
What if they just say it was all a joke, it was all for the content, it was all a bit?
Well, no, they still made me think that it wasn't a bit. They still owe me an apology. King, you're gonna ruin the segment, King. Here we go. Pussy.
Out of here, dude.
That's what you say every time you get up, King. Come on, we're trying to have a constructive conversation here, King. Yeah,
it was part of the game. Yeah, what if they just say it was part of the game? Use your own line against you.
Well, I need to know that all the contents of my wallet were saved.
I could go ask him. I could go look. Yeah. What was in it?
Or Ben can quit being a little baby, being afraid of me, and just come to the table with what's going on, and then we can move on. But he's not. He's a little fucking baby. Ben, I know you're watching, Ben.
Check. I would tell you probably.
I just walked in the door. Shut the fuck up, OPC.
Oh,
you fucking Wolverine.
Oh my God.
Where did you go buy that shirt? At a baseball diamond? You ain't doing shit, okay?
What?
You can't leave your mama's house.
Shirt, King. Oh, you're so annoying. That guy is so annoying. Come on, King. King needs to grow up too.
I think he's just mad because nobody's watching his stuff.
I know. He had like 8 viewers. Him and Stephen David collaborating, and they get 8 viewers.
I did think the Storp should have kept you around for at least one more round. You guys were both pulling good numbers.
Yeah, people really like the content. That's what I was told. Except for the Simps, of course. The Simps wanted me out.
No,
like King TL.
No. I never once said to get out, you dumb bitch.
Yeah, he's so annoying. Why would a full-grown man act like that? It makes absolutely no sense.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, anyways, we finally got the brakes working. That's a relief. They can finally go places and do things. I guess you left the key on or something. I don't know. She's kind of mad at you about.
I left the key on or what?
I don't know. The battery's dead and there was out of fuel. We had to put some fuel in it this morning. We didn't do it on stream, but she blamed you for running out of fuel.
Well, they locked me out of it and they fucked with me a bunch. Who cares? Why would I care?
Well, that's what I'm saying. You either gotta burn the bridge fully, or you should probably try to put it back together. I think you should.
If I put the bridge back together, then John and Tom and Charlie, they're not going to want to work with me. They're going to think I'm some agent of Ben. I don't want to work for Ben. I do not want to work for Ben.
So they'll reveal the wallet, I think, pretty soon, right here. No, I haven't checked out any toy piano pieces. You got some channels you want to recommend? So Catherine Cordova, she plays by ear. So a lot of this stuff is like her rearrangements of stuff she heard. These piano pieces came from the show Succession. Gia picked it up right away. She was like, "That sounds like Succession." Yeah, Succession. Succession has very good piano-based themes in their show, and so she just listens to it, rearranges it. I find her rearrangements from ear a lot better than pro piano players who try to make everything replicate exactly what they do with sheet music. So yeah, it's pretty wild. I think they played her remake of the Succession theme song on in one of those HBO specials. Like one of the producers heard her remake of the theme song, and like they played that. So yeah, she's pretty good. And you can hear her other pieces on that channel. Catherine Cordova. Catherine with a K, Cordova with a C. All right. What's up, Ember? Welcome back. We will be shifting to Napstar's panel. So if you're still sticking around, please go over there. I think he'll start the show. He'll start the show in maybe a few minutes. So we're gonna wrap this up with the finale of the wallet saga, the wallet burning saga.
Ben's a bitch.
Oh, hold on. Okay, let's have some bro time. Let's have some bro time.
If I'm gonna work on the boat, it's not gonna be for Ben.
OPC.
I'm working for Courtney.
Is a great what do you call it? Mentor for Jeremy. TK is you may not know this, OPC, but so like stupid. TK is the real deal as far as being on Jeremy's side. He's been the whole time Jeremy's here. TK is in his cornered. He's absolutely locked in. So, and I'm the dad that Jeremy feels like is judging him. Obviously.
You're a bastard.
Okay,
man.
so
you're a fucking bastard.
Yeah, right. I get it, son. Yeah, I get it. Right. Okay, so let's see if we can work it out. And
you're so gay, man.
I want to facilitate this.
No, you're not going to
facilitate
be out in a little bit. Courtney's the boss.
What's the issue?
What's on? OPC Don will facilitate. You're just the guy blabbering in the background, acting like it's your idea when it's not.
Okay, so you and OPC are getting along well right now?
Yeah, we're getting along just fine.
Okay. Well, like a week ago, you were on my side, remember?
Yeah, you're a flip-flop little bitch that can't leave your mom's house.
A week ago, I was
you
on
really
your
think
side?
you're going to be able to move?
I was on your side when you guys were being cool with me, and then you guys start playing your stupid
Right.
Yeah, I can't do it through the StreamYards though. See, I have to go log in my own thing and then set it up. But maybe I'll see if I can do it from. Definitely, it won't work for the Kick channel and the other John Galt alternative channel. Let me see. But I'm pretty sure I can do it. So maybe I'll try it. Maybe I'll try it for this round. Okay? Yeah.
Until you became a victim, you were a victim.
I wasn't a victim. I just don't tolerate certain behavior.
You called the cops and tried to get charges pressed. You're literally a victim.
Yeah, she committed a crime against me.
No, so say I'm a victim. I am a victim of them.
Jeremy, no one burned anything of yours.
That was my wallet that got burned. Show me the wallet again. That wasn't my wallet with my ID in it.
I already showed it to you.
Show it to me again then.
No.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe don't get your daughter to do stupid shit on stream for entertaining a bunch of losers. That was a crime. The police watched the video.
I can burn my own wallet anytime I
me.
want to.
You're a fucking idiot, Ben. The shit you guys do for...
Okay, this is fine.
Donations.
You maced yourself.
No one now believes you.
Yeah, I did it to myself.
You pepper spray yourself on camera, though. That's dumb shit.
Yeah, that was fun. That was fun. That wasn't done. That was fun.
Well,
I got paid $150.
Trick on you.
Anyways, can we get back to the topic here?
Dog, you're a hypocritical
King, shut up.
pussy.
King,
yeah, what is the topic?
You. Dog, you
the
ain't
topic
shit.
is the
Jeremy's
boat.
next move?
Getting the boat going.
I think you should find a bridge and jump. OPC thinks you
boss.
should do something else, and so does he. So I'll let them talk.
I'm the manager. OPC is the guy that's going to get
By the way, I looked into the place you live, Nauvoo.
You and
That's
Grace
a beautiful
are
place.
the
It's like
enemy.
a crazy, interesting place. Do you know about this place? You guys, either of you guys know this place? It's like a historically preserved Mormon town from the 1800s. Really fascinating place.
Yeah, it's a great place. Yeah.
I didn't
Let's
realize.
get back to it. So here's how it's going to play out because your sons hate you.
Do you live in the historical area?
I'm going to remain
outside of it?
I'm going to remain your enemy, and Courtney's going to be the boss. I'll be the manager.
Okay.
Your 3 sons will be my employees.
Right.
And then they'll work their way towards
and then
their
you'll
own
get
boats.
45 wives, just like Joseph Smith. Okay,
They'll get their own boats eventually.
We get it. Yeah, you're going to pull mad pussy.
We'll have a network of fishermen that actually dominate that area and make a lot of money and have some fun.
Technically, the boat is hers, and like if she wants to take, if she says like "fuck this guy," I want to take all this like clamming stuff. I don't care.
Yeah, exactly. Why would it be like your?
So OPC, that might be a thing that you could.
That's why you're not understanding. Ben, for me,
like you could fuck me. You could fuck me over and say like I'm going to take possession on your. It's marital property, right? It's not really
It's her property. Yeah, it's Courtney's property. So she's the boss, not you, Ben.
I mean,
you're just a little baby that ran away from your marriage.
If it gets used, I don't want the boat to sit there one more minute. If someone can at least use it, use it.
Ben, there's no shortage of boats or gear. I've been watching Marketplace, and a lot of people are getting out of the business.
Yeah, I know. Well, we have too much gear. I mean, we have the rakes that guy sold me, like they're worth thousands of dollars, and it's like every configuration.
What's a rake, Jeremy? What's a rake used for?
No, TK, you'd be good at this too because
what's the rake used for?
Exactly the work you do all day is the perfect. It's the same motion
Sure.
Breaking the
What the fuck is going on with it, Jeremy? If you're the fucking manager, you're the big dick. What the fuck is it?
Shut up, King.
No, see how you ain't shit? You ain't
You're
nothing.
so
Okay, why
stupid.
you gas up- Look,
So
you
stupid.
gas up an empty pussy, dog.
I don't give a fuck, King. You're an idiot.
No,
It could be like OPC and Jeremy and TK. You guys could like fuck me and Grace over. Like I don't care. That
This
works
guy
for
has
me.
never seen a color of rock that wasn't what, gray? Did you see that red rock over there? Oh my god. Oh my god. I've never been in a canyon.
Traveled
Dude,
hey dog, what's a
did
rate?
Stephen David
My bad, I
ever
went
get
on a vacation,
fed up
dog.
with your shit?
How about you fucking
You were
leave
like
the
a little
property
child in
there?
the front seat that just left his
Go
hometown
ahead.
for the first time.
Sure, I haven't seen shit.
Whoa.
That I haven't.
Look
What's wrong with
at the
you?
power lines. Those power
You're
lines.
fucking, they were huge. How
Those
is that
power-
absurd?
That was my favorite.
How is that absurd?
Shut up.
Yeah. That you're not fucking funny, dude. You're very odd. Fucking loser, man.
So Ben, did you see that one of your sons did reply?
Oh no,
You got one.
Oh
You
yeah,
got one.
Joe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Joe's the youngest one, right?
He's
not gonna
always
go
up.
there.
He's always up for fried food. I mean, he would battle through hell. Yeah,
But
this
okay,
is,
Don, you
this
know
is
what
the
I'm
burned
saying.
wallet.
Yeah, exactly. There's the evidence there.
Those are
Open
my
it up.
cards. Those are my cards. This
Yeah.
isn't your wallet, you retard.
You fucking idiot.
Oh well. The cops watched it. It looked like my wallet. I still think it is my wallet.
Right. Because you're an idiot.
You fucking retard.
Well, you guys didn't tell me that. You guys could have
Yes,
told me
we
that.
did.
I'll
Yes,
send
we did.
send you this one though.
You're not gonna send me shit, Grace.
We did tell you
still,
that.
And you still took my laptop.
That's why
out
the
of my
cops
car
aren't over
without
here,
asking.
because we did tell you that.
No, you didn't.
Yep.
Not after I called the cops, or not before I called the cops on you guys, which was right after the stream.
Wrong.
I called the cops right after the stream.
Whatever you want to get in trouble with the police here. Go ahead. I don't care.
I'm sure they'll understand.
Maybe.
OPC, whatever, Ben.
I'm
You
not.
play
I'm not
stupid
breaking the
games.
law. You are.
And they
as you
saw
were doing,
Grace acting-
you were
Yeah,
doing
yeah.
when pretty much continuously
They
when you were
saw
here.
the video, dude. Come on. You guys made me think it was my wallet. You guys obviously are playing stupid games with people, wasting the cops' time. Give me a fucking break, Ben. Grow up. Grow up already. OPC Don, make sure to remind them that I'm enemies with Ben and Grace. And that I'm there.
right here.
I'd be there to
Hey,
work for
hey,
Courtney.
dude! Third grade is over. I'm enemies with you. I'm enemies with you.
Yeah, it's convenient 'cause I
You're
just
not
told
on
you to
my
grow up.
posse.
No, that's what they
Your
need to
clique
hear. They need to
contains
hear that
you
I'm
and no one else.
opposed to these two little babies, and I'm willing to work with them towards something that's actually,
Yeah.
can make some money doing.
Who cares what you're willing to do? No, literally no one on earth cares what you're willing to do. Not your mom, not your dad, not your brothers, not your sisters, no one on YouTube,
whatever.
no one. Let's make a deal. I just read Donald Trump, The Art of the Deal. Here's what I'm willing to put on the table. No skills, no pussy, no prospects, no follow through, no ability to do anything.
All of the things
And
of
a
which
bad
you're guilty of
attitude
yourself.
and a
You're
loser
in the
mentality.
same
Now, what do
boat.
you have to offer me?
Ben,
That's what
what
I
do
put
you
on the
do,
table.
Ben?
What are
What
you
do
going to
you
put on
do?
the table?
You can't
This
even
is
go
what I'm
clean
gonna
out
put
your
on
own
the table.
garage.
Fuck you,
You make your
loser.
daughter do everything for you.
Oh, we're not ready
You
to go
sit
yet.
up there and you just blabber on and on. You don't do anything.
So.
You're useless, Ben.
Damn!
Hi guys. So,
Man, damn!
as a viewer now, I'm taking a big step back, but this just seems like a bunch of sexual tension going on. Jeremy, either you stop being a bitch, or Ben and Grace, you stop being bitches, but someone's got to get the contract flowing. All right, so what is
Sexual
it?
We're working it now.
Sexual
You're
tension.
projecting, Dan.
Whoa, no, I didn't mean
Sexual
actual
tension or
I
sexual
didn't mean
attention?
tension, but I didn't mean it. And I'll use that term loosely and to just say I
Someone
think
has
you
to get
guys
the contraband flowing.
the
Dude, you're
contract
in
flowing.
drug dealer
Holy
mindset right
shit,
now.
Ben. Now, first off, I can tell you're aggressive because people have been coming at you, okay? I'm just saying, it seems like both of y'all want to do
Oh,
something
now
with each
you're
other.
a psychotherapist. Okay. Does that come with the drugs? Does that come with the drugs?
I'm just a viewer that's tired of seeing you do the same.
What's up, guy, bro, idiot? What's up? We are going to move over to Napstars, me, myself, and Boyd in about 20 minutes. Okay, we'll start a panel over there if you're interested. And I looked into it. On YouTube, I looked into it. I don't have apparently the right to redirect. I guess I need more subs. So please tell your friends to sub to my channel, so I get more powers on YouTube. I cannot redirect. So, all right, guys, continuing on.
Shit for 3 months, you fat piece of shit. You fat piece of shit. I'm tired of seeing you do the same thing for 3 months. Go do something, Ben.
What are you growing above your upper lip?
Do you just choose to not look at 90% of these chats? 90% of the chats hate what anyone's doing right now, and you guys are just like saying
as the worst ever.
This facial hair.
What in the world?
This facial hair got some pussy on Valentine's Day. What'd you get? What did you get, Benjamin?
Oh shit!
Okay then.
Why are you allowing it to take?
You got brownies.
Like a injured caterpillar.
Look at what my bitches are getting me. What are your bitches getting you? Divorces?
I'm glad.
Stuffed animals, yes. You know, I would be happy if somebody gave me a card. I'm so happy with a little card. You know, I choose you. I choose you. Something like that. I'm so happy with that. You know, little stuff matters a lot. You know, it's not always about money or things. But yeah, stuffed animals good too. I always love a good Laramie roast. Yeah, Laramie. That moment he laid the law down with Grace Needs clipping. I'll talk in the RV and replay it often. Oh, yeah. I think I downloaded most of the streams during that arc. I'll have to go and clip up stuff and make an edit. I need to learn editing for sure. I want to be able to get to Naptown, Shabatoni, or even better levels, but it's going to take some time. I need to learn things. But I definitely want to do things on my own with editing, since I have so much stuff downloaded. Injured caterpillar, yes.
What are you talking about? What?
She's a nice lady.
What are we talking about? What are we talking about? I think you all want to do something with each other, right?
But Dan, here's the problem. Dan, here's the problem. You're interesting.
Mixed then. Terry's
see how you're bringing. You see how you're bringing energy right now. You're bringing something to the table. You're trying to make a point.
Ladies.
Jeremy just goes, "You committed a crime," even after we show him that we didn't burn his fucking stupid wallet.
You do have to kind of admit you're retarded, Jeremy. It would help the whole process.
Thank you, Dan.
It would help the whole process of the situation.
This is group therapy led by Dan.
It would help the whole process. You are fucking retarded, Jeremy. You left all your shit at their house, and then you sat there and cried and said, like, she won't marry me, or whatever you did was completely stupid.
I don't think I said that. No, fuck it, whatever. Okay, call me retarded. I could give
fuck it, we ball.
He's a total sub. You've got to stop being.
That's the problem,
a
Jeremy.
Total sub.
It's coming from Dan.
You see how
Dan,
when my dad goes at Dan comes back,
if
and
you're
it's
getting
like a back
domed by
and forth.
Kitchen Man Dan,
it was a back and forth
with me,
Ben. Dude, Dan is short. He's got a mustache. What is Dan?
Oh, but he's not a darky. You don't get to play that
Jeremy,
game. With
you could be 7 foot. I could
all
be 4'6".
you have is like I'm
6'1"
and I'm
personality.
not.
In our IRL thing, Jeremy, you were literally just my cameraman. You were my cameraman. I said, "Come here. I'm gonna show you what to actually do." Yeah, and I mean, there's no argument to that.
Bullshit, but whatever.
Okay.
No, that is true, Jeremy.
Dan, this is the down season for drug trafficking. Why don't you come up here and be the glue? Because you're a likable guy.
I'm in California. I'm in California right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I have a career now. yeah. I can't really go anywhere I want to. I don't know what to say.
So what do you do for a living? It's not a career. It's crime.
I'm in the military.
Fodder, Dan.
I'm in the military, but.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, if you guys don't know, like Dan is in the Navy, I believe. So he's probably getting shipped off as we speak. Okay, guys. So don't worry about it. We are heading towards that leg of the journey here. So if you don't know that, all right. Okay, let me see. My computer's getting sucked up with the memory here. StreamYards has completely filled up everything. Yes, it has. All right, still good to go. 3 hours, 25 minutes. We got about 15 minutes until Napstar starts his show. So let's wrap this up. No, he tried to get in the Air Force. Air Force requirements are a lot harder. And Air Force is now split between Space Force and Air Force. Space Force is definitely way harder than Air Force. You have to pass a lot of math tests. I don't think Dan's gonna make it in those things. If you actually care, you know there is an Air Force manual. You can see the actual exercises you have to pass. So the tests, the stuff that the questions that get asked, they're pretty interesting. They're kind of like brain teasers. So yeah, you know, they'll ask questions like, oh, if I see the horizon at 60 degrees tilt, how on my plane, how much is this altitude or that? It's pretty fun, actually, if you go there. Yeah, Bob, you know, if you know Bob, the guy who pays for CT and all that, yeah, he recommended me to look at that manual.
I fight for your rights to sit on panels and bullshit and argue religion all day, you bastard.
Have you? Dude, nuke engineers get paid a lot. So yeah, if you're a nuke engineer in the Navy, oh shit, you get buku bucks. Stanley was always glazing this guy. Yeah, he would always be glazing his commanders. Like one of his commanders was a nuke engineer officer. So they're very much well sought after, you know, in the private sector, not only in like the Navy, but yeah, private sector, they'll definitely get paid. So that's a good place to be if you can get there. Yeah, but he thought it was nude engineer. I'm sure he did. If he thought it was the nude engineer, you know, it's the Navy though. He might not get the right nudity that he was hoping for.
Have you read up on the don't ask, don't tell? Have you read up on the don't ask, don't tell policy?
I have no idea what that means.
You keep in your job, bro.
Yeah. I have no idea what that means. I'm just saying, Jeremy, so are you going down there? Are they coming up there?
Google it sometime.
It's like, so I wanted to relate it. Can I just relate it to this, Jeremy? So you tried a bit. You try, and like, let's look at this as stand-up comedy. Everyone bombs, everyone fails, but you're not going to run the same joke 4 months in a row. Everyone said that joke didn't work. Why don't we pivot? Why don't we try something new?
Dan, do they have heat where you are? You're in California and you're wearing like a cocoon. Why?
Why are you worried about optics right now? I'm trying to help you.
I want to know if my tax dollars are taking like warriors.
No, we don't get.
At least they're able to achieve
warriors
like body.
Like good boy. Address me how I am. Good boy. Good boy.
So you're in the Air Force?
Nah, different branch. All I'll say.
Coast Guard, right?
Space Force.
Sure.
Yeah, me retarded.
Will you admit that the brand or that the bit didn't work? Right, and then it might be time to pivot. I see you as potential. You said fuck that. So what are you doing here? Are you just bored? Your viewer retention didn't actually come through, and you're back to 13 people.
I had 50 people watching me yesterday. I get people still watching if I want.
And they're all waiting for you to fuck up again.
I like experimenting a little bit.
Is that what the Bible thumping was?
Yeah.
Because nobody liked that. I'm not gonna lie. Nobody fucking liked that.
Yeah, dude. I got some people that were really feeling it. Anyways. You guys figure out the boat situation. Dan, good to see you. Glad you still got the mustache. It was fun hanging out in person.
Fuck you, Jeremy.
Take her.
No, Dan, no!
All right, that's it. Over. Done with the panel there. You got the gist, the end of the whole arc. And after that stream, like, you know, Jeremy was quite happy. He was really motivated to go back to Rhode Island after that.
Yeah. Yeah. RaceX, when are you going to quit it, dude? RaceX, you are so cringe. I clearly threatened you in some way. I'm just going to go ahead and ban you, dude. You're annoying. Get out of here, RaceX. How you doing, Scrubby Dunch? Game time, everybody. It's fucking game time. How
I got the Thorpes wanting me to come back to Rhode Island to start a fishing company with with Grace's brothers. John Galt hit me up this morning asking if I'm coming back to DC, so that's an option. I don't know what to do. At this point, I got 3 options. Stay here in Illinois, go to DC, or go back to Rhode Island. Apparently, the Thorpes didn't burn my wallet, and it was Ben's wallet. Even though some of my cards were missing, it looks like they may have not have burned the wallet. Very interesting development, but they still made me think they did, so still have to file a police report. She still has my laptop, so they're still acting childish. I thought it'd be interesting to play it. Like, if I'm going to go work the boat, which is what I wanted to do originally by going up there, and if I'm going to work with her brothers hate her and Ben, and I hate Ben. So why don't we just remain enemies? And I go work on the boat and be enemies with Ben and join Courtney. Courtney is the boss. She's the owner of the boat. She would be the boss, right? Get out of here, Zingo. Come on, you're obviously still in love with Grace and you think you can, like, gaslight me. Like, ugh, yeah. Get out of here, dude. You're cringe. What's up, David Falls? Good to see you too, man. You can get your ID and cards back and your laptop. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If I go to Rhode Island, even though I did order a new ID already, whatever, I'll have a backup ID. I ordered a new debit card already. Oh well, I did get a fraud charge on that debit card. It was probably Grace. Either way, I have a new debit card coming. So I'm good. But apparently, it wasn't my wallet. Do I feel...
I mean, as far as I know, Plate of Wings is gone from the sector. He's definitely gone. I think the last I heard, he said he was sick of all the crap that was happening. He thinks we're all like degenerates or disgusting or something like that, or mentally ill. Yeah, no shit. Yeah, this is a mentally ill sector. Ray Sachs claims it was because he like got a photo of Plate of Wings and he got like his pictures, like he's a 400-pound motherfucker. I mean, I don't care. It's like, what the fuck? Who gives a shit? It's like, I don't understand this. What is this? Oh, at this point of the video, yeah, he's never gonna get. Yeah, he's pretty much given up on Jeremy. I think Distinction gave up too later on, and him, because like once they figured out that he's never going to Rhode Island, he's not gonna get force the Thorpes to get the laptop back. Yeah, so he just realized that now. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. If it was Ray Sachs doing, if it was the docs that he claims, like, fuck this, like, doesn't matter. But I haven't seen Distinction either, so apparently they both left at the same time. Yeah, Jeremy really, that's his best friend on the internet, is Distinction. Maybe actually his only friend in real life too. Like Jeremy always says, like, having friends past 30 is like lame and cringe or whatever. Okay.
Stupid? Nah. Maybe a little bit. But still, they didn't prove that they didn't burn my wallet, so yeah, they're the ones wasting the police's time. They're playing their stupid games. I'm gonna play along. It's game time. Spring is essentially here, dude. It's so warm out. Dude, I got my t-shirt on. It's like 55, 60 degrees. I think it's over 60 degrees. So it's game time. Dang, man, you got hella options now. Yeah, dude, I don't know what to do. Like, DC sounds pretty fun. So much content to be had in DC. If I went back to DC, not only would it be cool to have, like, have a place if John Galt put me up again, but dude, I want to do some like investigative journalism content. I want to try to get in on some cool events. Just a lot of stuff I could do in DC. But boating content also sounds really fun. How you doing, Tony? Kyle, how we doing? AI John? Yeah, no, I gotta be smarter about the whole AI thing. Ricky says, call the cops, tell them the Thorpes have your stuff, and ask the cops to seize your belongings. No, I can't keep doing that, Ricky. Can't keep bothering the cops. Like, honestly, the cops are going to contact me probably tomorrow or the next day. We'll see what they say. I'm not going to keep, like, bothering them. I emailed the guy about them potentially getting...
No, you're exactly right, Eric. That's why Jeremy kind of hates, like, Ruby and Grace in that sense, where whenever they go live, they take away his viewers. Like, Jeremy has a lot of that aura, right, where he farms in the same way that an e-girl would farm, but he has a disadvantage, right? He doesn't have tits to look at, right? And that's really his main gripe. But a lot of his content essentially devolves into that. Have you noticed his recent streams? It's just chat, him talking to chat, and he still gets like 40 something viewers just doing nothing except talking to a chat. And one time it was just an avatar talking to chat. I was just like, what the fuck is this? There's 40 people watching this. That's crazy. That's how like the parasocialism. It's like once they get sucked out of all their where they usually could go. Like, okay, Mooncakes isn't streaming no more, right? I don't even know if the Mooncakes audience even overlapped well with the Grace or even low audience, and it's like bizarre. It really is, yeah. The thing is, Dark Uncle is schizophrenic and has very active, very ongoing delusions. I've noticed that. His chat's really scared He-Man, Ember. Like, she said, man, every time he chats, it just triggers me. And he just blocked him because his chats are... I screenshot some of his chats. It is quite telling. Very quite telling. And has a very active, ongoing delusions, including Bad Boy Jeremy, yeah. Which makes great content. You know, a lot of... Yeah, I remember Gobbledygook, you mentioned Mulholland Drive. You know, I love that movie. I love that movie. Like, talking about illusions and delusions. I think David Lynch really taps into, like, subconscious very well. The way he makes his movies very dreamlike. I love it when a director can, like, really get very abstract, sort of, like, symbolic level. And I think David Lynch is probably the best one to capture what it feels like to be in a dream. You know, Mulholland Drive is definitely like a pinnacle of that. I think the Fire Walk with Me, I don't know if you watched that one. Fire Walk with Me is also a good one, very dreamlike. Yeah, I'm not convinced Dark isn't entirely AI. Who knows? Yeah, we are. Yeah. So yeah, I know. Lynch died in the when there were the fires. I guess his lungs couldn't make it. You know, and he was a heavy smoker. He was a chain smoker, right? He was hardcore. You know, he had great hair though. David Lynch had awesome hair genetics. I have pretty good hair too. Like, hopefully I can, when I get older, I still keep most of it. Shit, man. I think I might start graying in a few years, but hopefully it doesn't matter if I do anyway. But at least I keep most of my follicles intact or some shit. I don't need to do that whole looks maxing where I have to put like freaking finasteride or what's the other thing? I got hair plugs. I got to go to Turkey and get hair plugs. No, that's fucked up. I don't think I care too much about hair, but I think that's a good thing to have just in case you need it. Yeah, so. Oh, since I'm playing on here, let me see if I can get away with playing some copyright stuff. Let me see. Since we're doing this, let me see if I can play this scene from Mulholland Drive. I always love this scene. Ooh, let's see.
Howdy. Howdy to you. Beautiful evening. Yeah. Sure want to thank you for coming all the way up here to see me from that nice hotel downtown.
No problem. What's on your mind?
Well, now, here's a man who wants to get right down to it. Kind of anxious to get to it, are you?
Whatever.
A man's attitude
A man's attitude goes some ways, the way his life will be. Is that something you might agree with?
Sure.
Now, did you answer because that's what you thought I wanted to hear? Or did you think about what I said and answer because you truly believe that to be right?
I agree with what you said. Truly.
What'd I say?
That a man's attitude determines to a large extent how his life will be.
So since you agree, you must be a person who does not care about the good life.
How's that?
Well, stop for a little second and think about it. Can you do that for me?
Okay. I'm thinking.
No, you're not thinking. You're too busy being a smart aleck to be thinking. Now I want you to think and stop being a smart aleck. Can you try that for me?
Look, where's this going? What do you want me to do?
There's sometimes a buggy. How many drivers does a buggy have?
One.
So let's just say I'm driving this buggy, and if you fix your attitude, you can ride along with me.
Okay, so, I think a lot of things can be encapsulated to this statement that your attitude drives your life, right? It's like it doesn't matter externally what's going on around you, but internally, your attitude will shape how you interact with other people and how things will result. And I think you see a lot of that out here, right, with people. Like, how are their attitudes? Look at Jeremy's attitude. Look at Grace's attitude. Look at Mooncake's attitude, right? Look at how they treat people or how they feel and interact as a result of their attitudes. And look at how their lives are going. This is where the key starts, I mean, we can blame external factors all we want. We could just go like, oh, the boomers, oh, this, that happened, like shit. I see that a lot, right? Or like, women, this, that. Oh, of course. We could always put a lot of, or I'm not dismissing external factors, but your attitude also will affect things. So don't fall into the trap, I would say, of succumbing to external forces and letting it shape your attitude. I think Jeremy is a very pessimistic person, and like you can tell with the way he like talks about like World War III is coming, this and that. He's glad, he wishes things would change externally, right? Because he feels like that's the overarching weight on his life. And in the end, though, you have determination to change your own path in life, regardless of how bad things are out there. You have a choice. Otherwise, you can just lay down and commit self-deletion, I suppose, or relegate yourself to the fates of time or the end of history. I guess you could put it that way as well. So, yeah, have a good attitude, please. I mean, that's why I always come on here. I'm not like, if I spurg out or get mad, it's just performative. I don't try to do that. I'm always trying to laugh and say, dude, it's not that serious. There are people out there with way worse situations than you, and like, just calm the F down. Deal with it. Whatever comes your way, you gotta deal with it. Just don't crash out. Like Dalmatian, where like, oh shit, I got 2 of my windows busted in and my wallet taken. That's not going to help you to just whine and moan about the homeless and crackheads or New Haven politics. You can't affect those things. It really doesn't matter. Yeah, sorry to say, it is what it is, right? So okay, hopefully Napstar's ready to go. Let's see if he's ready to go here. Is he done? Is he going? If he is, then yeah, please go over to his channel. I don't think he started yet. No, not yet. Let me play some more mooncake. How about that? Let's just go around the circle here and go back to mooncakes. We can do that. Well, actually, so one of you guys were talking about like about X-Files. I don't know how much I can play without getting copyright. Let's see. This is a good scene from X-Files. Yeah, Napstar and Spud. Yeah. That's what I was going for. Yes, you got it. That's what my thumbnail was going for.
This becomes a responsibility. The thing I'm now called upon to put right and put down. Certainly you expected nothing less.
I'm not ashamed of my actions.
Ashamed? You're not allowed the luxury of human weakness and penitence. You're not allowed to put your indulgences ahead of the greater purpose.
I no longer believe in the greater purpose.
Then your fate is just.
My justice is not for you to mete out. You may have reason. You have no right. You have no means either.
You presume to dictate duty to me? Have you any idea what the cost of your actions is? What their effect might be? Who are you to give them hope?
What do you give them?
We give them happiness. And they give us authority.
The authority to take away their freedom under the guise of democracy.
Men can never be free because they're weak, corrupt, worthless, and restless. The people believe in authority. They've grown tired of waiting for miracle and mystery. Science is their religion. No greater explanation exists for them.
Oh, so is that why Jeremy reads the Bible when things go down? Like he wants a miracle to happen? Mystery? Yes, of course. That's what religion gives you, right? They give you that sense of power from the outside, right? Outside of the power structures of humanity. I don't know. Maybe that's what's going on. Here. So anyhow, yeah, there's a lot of good moments on X-Files. I love the conspiracy arc, even though, yeah, people hate it. But I always love the idea of the conspiracy. That was early Alex Jones too during the 90s. I love watching early Alex Jones or Coast to Coast AM, that type of stuff. I'm not really like gonna say like, oh, I believe in the conspiracy, but yeah, I think it's a good way to formulate an explanation of what's going on, I suppose, for the human mind. Human minds always want to simplify things to in a way that makes sense. Like you kind of have like, oh, well, how does that explain the world type of thing? So yeah, conspiracies gives you some comfort, I suppose, in that way. But I think it's a good point about science and the way we do it now as a replacement for miracles in the past. Maybe one of these days I'll read this old book about how ancient people viewed philosophy, storm gods in the Sumerians and Egyptians with their sun deities, the whole idea of like the Nile flooding and stuff like that. They got their beliefs from that, believing in those things. So the ancient mind definitely worked a lot different from how we think now. And that's why when I read that Old Testament stuff for you guys with the Purim and all that, maybe, it seems ridiculous, fantastical, right? And I suppose like fairy tales kind of tap into that deeper psychology, but maybe Universal Jones is better to talk about in that case, about some kind of subconscious archetypes and things. Okay. Let me just end it off with Mooncake. Hopefully Napstar will start playing. We'll start going as we go here. So this is Mooncake on CTs, okay? And this is after what I played earlier with the Mooncake, I guess, confessional stream.
State attorney versus somebody that practices IP. Like law is a very broad field.
Yeah. A lot of people that go down that rabbit hole start going a little bit left. I think for me, it never really affected me because I was always a skeptic, even when I was taught things in school, I'm going like, why do we care about Thanksgiving? Why do we care about that? In the back of my mind. Of course, I'm not going to say that in class. Like, hey, why are we doing this? Well, this is stupid. It's like, yeah, they're trying to instill some kind of mythos of America in you. Like after you pull back and look at it, you understand why they're doing certain things about the founding of America. They have to do that, especially with like Columbus Day and things, trying to create this American myth. And this helps the nation state, right, form. So you kind of have a shared legacy or history, and that's important. The Chinese know this well, of course. That's why the Chinese always keep talking about 5,000-year history and all the continuity there. And Iranians too. If you talk to an Iranian, definitely they'll talk about the Achaemenid empire, Elam, like all the way back, right? The Medes and stuff. They always go back to history because that ties them as a people together. We're a young country. We don't have that, so I think those things kind of created that kind of mythos for people to rally around. But yeah, I kept my mouth shut. I just read books on my own to fill in the gaps. So when they grow up, they probably don't try to think about that, and then they just go along to play along. And then later in life, when they get exposed to like, oh, wait a minute, it's like, wait a minute, this was just manufactured history, or this was that. And then they start believing all the conspiracy theories because they say everything is a lie and everything. Yeah, okay, they exaggerate stuff, right? Right. And then they add in Johnny Appleseed or like Paul Bunyan and like shit. And then they think everything's like that. Now they go flat earth and okay, they go wild with it. Yes, I see why that would happen. Yeah, of course. Yeah. So it's not good to go too far into it because a lot of that stuff is just BS. Yeah.
What I'm telling you is that this software, it's coming for everybody.
I think you are overanalyzing the AI.
Yeah, let her answer, Eric. Yeah, let her answer. Go ahead.
If we just look at the market itself, we're not steering away from like courts and judges and things of that nature. Because if we were, then we'd have AI making decisions on murder cases, for example. But we don't have that. And there's a reason for that because we still need human oversight. AI can only learn from what we teach it, right? So AI is still not perfect, and that's why it has those error rates. That's why you need human intervention. And I think law is one of the last fields, especially lawyers, would be one of the last fields to see a removal of actual humans due to AI. If you want to talk about the trucking system, sure, yeah, the trucking system, easily, that's one. That'll be removed due to AI. Or grocery store workers. Things like that are very repetitive, easy tasks are going to be done by AI. But when it comes to court cases, I don't know if you saw this, ChatGPT was making up fake court cases. Or they were
those are hallucinations.
They were unable to analyze like all the pieces of information within some court cases, so they were finding errors with AI. So there is no perfection yet.
Hold on a second. There's a difference between a Westlaw and a ChatGPT. That's why the Westlaw software costs money and the ChatGPT costs $20 a month. So when you're speaking on, hold on, go ahead. When you're speaking,
but you let her finish, Eric.
But she's wrong. She's wrong.
Nevertheless, she's wrong, bro. Just let her finish, bro. Right, Eric, I rock with you, but you gotta let her finish, man. Go ahead, okay.
I mean, like here's the thing. You can say I'm wrong, but that still doesn't make you right. I think that the information that I'm giving you is based in reality, and I understand.
I use the software, so I'm right. You don't.
You want to use a reality that is quite different, but I mean, if you can give me the statistics on how fast AI is replacing lawyers, because I know it's not to a high degree, and there's no way you're going to give me a number that shows that they're being replaced at this exceeding rate that we need to be concerned about losing our lawyers. And AI could actually have the potential of increasing the demand for lawyers using certain software. So I think that's actually really interesting and something that you have to consider. Legal demand overall.
Okay. So first off, going back to your point, when you have these companies like a Harvey AI, or you have these companies out there like a Westlaw or Walters Kahlua, right? That's different from ChatGPT, right? So when ChatGPT is pulling information, it's pulling information from the internet, right? That's different from pulling information from strictly the law and only the law. Those are two completely different things. So I don't think that you know what you're talking about in that. Never mind the topic of lawyers. You're on the idea that a man needs to make $375K a year when most attorneys don't make that.
I think most men are lazy. I think a lot of them have the ability to make that much money.
I have a question for you. Is a construction worker lazy?
Yeah, they can be for sure.
How can a construction worker, let's say a crane operator,
you never see them just hanging out, eating a sandwich, just like not really paying attention to the job, not helping when everyone else is running around doing stuff? They complain about that all the time, so they can definitely be lazy. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So are lawyers lazy?
Some can be, yeah, of course.
Okay. So this idea, can somebody be lazy and make $375K?
It's possible, probably. It's probably possible.
Okay, so then that rules out your argument of lazy.
Yo, what's up, Garian? Yeah. I always try to get some good background music here. We're covering the mooncake. If you're not making $375,000, I guess, US dollars or Canadian dollars, I'm not sure, you're lazy stream. Yeah.
Oh, no, because I still don't think on average that a lazy person can make 375K, but I'm saying it's not impossible, right? Like, there's going to be unique situations. But I say because on average, a lot of people are lazy, they don't actually reach their peak or what they can do, what they can amount to. And like, I don't think anyone can disagree with that. Most people don't reach their peak.
Are you done?
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Okay. So most people what percentage of people who make over 400K make it from assets with them not working?
I'm not sure on that percentage.
So there are plenty of people who make, most people who make a lot of money or are worth a lot of money. That money comes from where?
Are you talking about like generational wealth? Is that what you're referencing?
No, I'm talking about people can make money from their assets without actually working.
Like, for example, would you give me like a rental property? Is that what you're kind of referencing?
Well, not only a rental property, people can make money from assets that they have, whether it be property, whether it be stock, whether it be Bitcoin, all type of different assets. You do know like how most people who make over a certain amount of money, like let's say they make over 250K a year, you know, sometimes that money comes from their assets, right?
I mean, of course, that's possible. Yeah, of course.
So is that laziness?
No, I would say they're directly trying to interact with the system to make more money. They're obviously doing research.
They're not working to make their money.
But no, they're doing something to earn more. So, for example, if you watch the stock market every day and you study the stock market and you look at what's up and down, then yeah, you're doing something in order to earn money. So I wouldn't call them a person. No.
Most people that invest in the stock market are not active investors; they're passive investors.
That's possible too. But you're saying the ones who
make possible. It's just the truth.
You're saying the ones who make 200,000 are probably very active in what they do. I don't think it's just random.
There are people that most people that invest in the stock market are not active investors.
Okay, so
they don't have access to Bloomberg terminals. They didn't go to school for all of these years. Like, I think that your idea of laziness, really, the people that make a lot of money are typically lazy.
I don't think that's true because I think you're already proving my point by saying that those people aren't active. But the people who are active are obviously people making the most money.
They're also losing the most.
Potentially, but yeah, there's many wins and losses.
Yeah, so this doesn't, your arguments about the reason why people aren't making 370K a year, because that's your barometer, is laziness. You said attorneys make that much. On average, they don't.
I think that's a part of it. I think a part of it, yes, is laziness. I think people, unfortunately, most of us do it, we're humans, are unable to reach our full potential. We're afraid of our own failure, so we...
What does that even mean?
Eric, you gotta give her a chance to answer, bro. Like, you keep cutting... Yeah, no problem. I rock with you, Eric.
I don't think people on average strive for their full success. And so I think that when it comes to working hard or trying to earn more, people get comfortable with just being average, right? I would say most people are comfortable with just being average because it's more difficult to aspire to more and work towards that. And I think that's just relatively true. I mean, this is a big thing. If you like David Goggins, I think he's a great example of that, actually.
Yeah, he's a good example, yeah.
I don't think so. I think hard work is retarded. I think people who do repetitive tasks for long periods of time are really stupid people. And I think the people that actually do the best are people that know how to optimize and act efficiently. And you know that that's the case because when I told you about somebody like a construction worker, these are people that typically do longer and more grogging work from a physical standpoint, right? You immediately said they can be lazy, thus disproving the point that there are people that work very hard that are not lazy, that make well under 300K a year.
I'm saying it is, of course, and there's possibilities here that someone could be hardworking and still make under 200,000. What I'm trying to reference is that I think most people are not actually striving for their best. So what you think is someone's best isn't truly their best. Why give these people big projects, for example, losing 100 pounds to work on enroll in the Navy SEALs and becoming the best version of himself and be healthy and getting to a point where he could live his life without having to do these day-to-day boring tasks. He was actually able to live how he wanted to live. And I think most people would have the ability to do that if they actually chose themselves. So I think there's maybe this issue here that I'm missing.
Yeah, David Goggins was such a hard worker that he never saw combat with the Navy SEALs.
He's still a Navy SEAL. You can't take that away from him.
He didn't see combat. He wasn't in a single firefight. He wasn't in a single. Just because you can run long distances doesn't make you anything. Just because you can put it.
David Goggins to a 28-year-old female, Eric.
Yeah, absolutely. They both act the same. They both.
All right. So we got some of that in there. Let me share a little bit of my point of view here with this. So I mentioned this before about like Berkshire Hathaway going all into cash. Now, you have to remember, if you do money market funds or short-term T-bills, T-bills are basically like 1 month, 2 month, 3 month, 6 month to a year in bonds. Okay, so those are short-term bonds, so they call them T-bills. You get about like 4 to 5% still, okay, because the Federal Reserve has made the short-term rates so that, yeah, you can get 4 to 5% on them. CDs probably don't make as much. CDs are kind of similar, so if you know what CDs are, they kind of are, but unless you are in a small bank, big banks don't give you a lot on CDs. So CDs don't get you that 4 to 5%. At one point, some banks were offering 3% on CDs, but so those are certified deposits. That's what CDs mean. That's a boomer type of instrument, but most people don't need to use those anymore. You can have T-bills, or you could buy an ETF that matches the T-bills, or you can just go money market fund, because a lot of brokerages, when you sell your stock, they automatically put it into a money market fund for you if you have the prerequisites. So you have to have, maybe on Fidelity, they require you to have like 100,000 or something to get the maximum rate on your money market fund on some accounts, and other brokerages might have different options. So you should look up on your own brokerage what they do with your money when you cash out, because cash might not just be cash that doesn't pay you any interest. You might get locked into a money market fund automatically, which is nice. So anytime you sell a stock, you will be locked into a 4 to 5% over 1 year, not 4 to 5% every month. Okay, don't confuse. So you take the 4 to 5% divided by 12. That's how much money you get per month. So you look at Warren Buffett. Why is he doing this? Why is he putting in cash? Well, cash pays now. Cash wasn't like what it was before, right? We have high interest rates, so 4 to 5% over a year on cash ain't bad. And if we look at this tweet, U.S. money market fund assets are up to a record $8.24 trillion, a 58% surge since December 2022. So all the big 5 managers who also run 401ks, Fidelity, JP Morgan, Charles Schwab, Vanguard, BlackRock, drove 69% of the total asset growth with a combined assets of $4.76 trillion. So a lot of people do just leave their money in cash. So this is passive. You know, if I have like billions of dollars, guess what? I don't need to do shit. So I don't need to work hard. I got my capital and I can make money. There's something wrong about quote unquote working hard or not making 375, you're lazy. No, I think it's better to term it this way. You gotta start thinking smart. So there's a thing about working smart. I'm not saying you should be lazy and only focus on trying to maximize and optimize or whatever the ways you can make it. You should work hard, but you also be cognizant that if you're working hard, you are also looking forward to the future of how you use your capital. If I'm a construction worker, guess what? I am trying to save as much of that money as possible, as much of that capital as possible, so later on I can take advantage of this. That's basically what it is. Yeah. Do you take automatic dividends in general? I don't do dividend stocks, honestly, because it's like when you do a lot of dividend stocks, they're very slow moving. So I usually just try to get things on the price. So if I do stocks, I care mainly about how the price is going. Sometimes I do care about dividends if it's like it has a very high dividend, like the shipping stock. I used to play Zim. Zim used to have big dividends, but the problem with Zim, it's already bought out now, so don't bother with going to Zim. The problem with Zim was that like it goes to an Israeli company, right? So it's an Israeli-based company the Israelis take a cut of that tax before they issue the dividend to you in the United States. So that's kind of a little bit drawback there, but overall it was still a fat dividend. So if you cared about dividend, yeah, that one was one that I used to play. But in general, no, I don't. I don't try. Or do you mean like does it get reinvested automatically or something like that? I don't go that far into it. Yeah, I try to avoid stocks that I have to think about those things in general. Yeah. Is that a song copyright free? It's a cover. So sometimes I get away with it. The AI doesn't consider that the original song. Yeah. So yeah, I can play like all the stuff. I always try to get covers. Yeah. Yeah, bank savings rates are piss poor. Yep, you got to get a high yield account at minimum. Yeah, usually the big banks don't care anymore. They make most of their money on credit cards now. That's why they don't need to offer much on savings accounts and CDs and stuff. Those products are really not competitive, especially now that people are a lot more smarter and they have access to things that used to be kind of like exclusive. So there's a lot of competition, right? So CDs are not hot products. To live on, yeah, no. What I live on is trading. I have to live on trading and long-term investments just on price. That's it. Trading will give me what I can get every month in general. Long-term is what I'll cash out over 10 years, right? So that's for the future. Everything I trade, I take a percentage of it and put it into long-term. Okay, I wait for a big market crash, and I basically earmark that money to buy dips when there's a big market crash after a trade, and then I keep a percentage to keep on trading for the rest of the year. So I limit my trading to maybe 50K to 100,000 in my trading account every quarter, and I try to meet some kind of minimum goal. Like I got to make maybe 20, 30, 40 to 50%, depending on how the market is, how aggressive I want to be. And every quarter I make that much off of my 50 and 100. And then I take a slice off of that and then put it back in to the long term. So whatever I can make, I keep it to the long term. Whatever I need to live on, I take it out. And then whatever's left over, I put it back just to trade. That's how I do it. So I think, yeah, everybody's going to have their own strategy of how they want to do things. Yeah. Work it out every day. If there's opportunities like we have now, we have a lot of trading opportunities. I'll do a lot of trading. If there's less opportunities like last year was easy, right? This April was a big dip. And then but basically everything in the market went straight up in one line. So I didn't need to do any trading last year. So that's why I never did any of these shows. Most people should have just bought April, May, June, and just kept holding up until April, November, December. They start selling October, November. Yeah, and that's it. That's how you get out. And then you're done. And now we're going back to where like, oh, now it's exciting again to trade, right? It depends on the market. If the market gives the conditions, I'll use it. If it doesn't give the conditions, I won't do it. Yeah, that's how I approach things. So that's what I mean by working smarter. Like, don't be that guy who, oh, I got to day trade every day. I don't like that. I really don't like that kind of philosophy where I'm struggling to find like a 5%, 10%, 20% every day. Or if I'm doing options, you're always hitting like, oh, I got to make a 100%, 200%, 300%, 1000%, like every day, every other day, maybe 3. Like that's ridiculous. You're putting a lot of pressure on yourself to perform. That's really unnecessary. Just if there's an opportunity, take it. But if there's no opportunity, don't force it. So a lot of traders get into the problem where they overtrade. And when you overtrade, you're going to make more mistakes because the probabilities are against you. When you're forcing something that you know is a low probability trade, you want to do it when the casino is giving you that opportunity where it's like, oh, the odds are more in my favor, then you do it. Otherwise, yeah, if you just do it every day, it becomes kind of like you're trading random noise, and you might as well just go to a casino at that point, in my opinion. Maybe you're a really good trader and you have really good psychology and a good technique strategy, then fine, go for it. But I think most people can't do that, and that's why you always hear like 90% of traders never make money, because I think they get into that groove where they're always forcing something that shouldn't happen. They're always looking for a trade. It's like, dude, if it's not there, don't do anything. Don't ignore it, move on. Don't always be looking for a bet to place. Like, you're addicted then. You're kind of like addicted to the action. Like, you wanna feel like you're in the game. You don't need to be in the game. Sometimes it's best to be an investor. Sometimes it's better to be a swing trader. Swing trader is 1 to 3 months. Sometimes it's cool to be a day trader because it gives you that opportunity. Yeah. So if you're the type of guy who's flexible, that's best. That's the best way to do it. But if you're not, then yeah, you rather just wait for the big dips. You get in, then you rally 20% on the S&P, you get out, or you see what's going on. Yeah, you need a cool head for sure. I think I've said before, I would panic. Yeah, if you know yourself very well, it's not good to do this. Yeah, but some people, but also, like, a lot of the stuff I teach can be applied to investing, because everything you do, you can just zoom out. Like, if you're doing day trading, instead of looking at 1 minute to 10 minutes to 15 minutes, right, 1 hour, you look at like 1 month, 1 year, 10 years, 5 years to 10 years, and then you do the same techniques. It's a lot slower, chill, because you're more patient. You don't have to rush and like pull the trigger, because like when you're day trading, you have to work fast, right? Or you have a bot. Maybe you have a bot. Most people, they'll try to make some bot that can do it for them. Yeah, I realize it's better off in my 401k, someone else handle it. If you feel like it, I think eventually you might find that you can handle being more active in your 401k. Like some people's 401ks break it up into this, like small cap, emerging market, growth versus income. You could like do this, like every 3 months you look at your 401k and you go like, okay, I do more small caps, or I do more international stocks. You could do it like that, right? You don't need to look at every ticker or everything. You could just adjust what percentage do I expose to the international stocks? How much? Because right now, I would say like international stocks, since they're going down right now, I would be looking for opportunities to change your 401k to expose more into international and also maybe small caps. That's what I'll be looking in the next couple of months, and grow your exposure that way. So if your 401k is set to default, you don't have that option, right? But you might actually perform better when you say, hey, I want to be a little bit more active, and I'll grow my exposure myself. I'll manually change how much goes to international, how much goes to small caps. You see what I mean? That you can do that yourself. So you don't need to do too much more than that, and that you could outperform easily by maybe a few hundred basis points. That's enough to be like a big difference if you have a lot of money in your 401k. Okay, so we can discuss that some other time. That's more into like financial advising kind of stuff, which I don't try to do, because then I have to actually see what you're doing and go like give you opinions, right? So that's why financial advisors, they have a license. They have to be educated on risk, your situation, right? Basically like your age, when you feel like retiring, what your goals are, and that's a lot harder. Also taxes, which I don't have a full appreciation of. Taxes also come into play, like how things go that way when you finally cash out your 401k. All right, guys, we got to shift over to Napstar. Go over here. Napstar is starting his stream. I'll go over there. So please check it out. We're gonna have a panel on Boyd. We'll continue on over there. You got a lamb truck. Do I have a lamb truck? Is that a euphemism for something? I don't know, a lamb truck. Like a kebab, halal cart or something. All right, guys, I'll see you over there. Please get over to Napstar. A Lambo truck? No. I hate luxury cars. I hate them. Forget it, dude. You will never catch me with that. I just drive my nice little Toyotas. I'm happy. My little Hondas. I'm cool with that. I don't want to do some crazy maintenance, okay? I'm not doing that. I'm too old for that shit anyway. What kind of girl am I going to try to impress here? You think I'm going to drive around with that shit? I'll have to relearn how to drive stick, you know? I haven't drove stick in a long time. I haven't driven one in a long time. So I pretty much have forgotten how to drive stick now. So anyhow, all right, guys. Yeah. No, I'm past 40, bro. I'm like older than TK. Toyota Lime, Taliban. You know the Toyota wars, right? The flatbed trucks. They had the African wars on those Toyotas. Those Toyotas can handle a lot of beatings, bro. Like I've known girls that never changed their oil, and those Toyotas still would run on the gunkiest oil through the engine. It's insane. Yeah, I'm old. Yeah, I'm old. I'm pretty old. I look young though. Ava thought I was like fucking whatever. So the Asian genetics is still working for me, but I'm about to reach my peak. I think it's gonna go downhill pretty soon, sadly. I think I gotta take care of my skin better. I don't think I can get away with like not doing moisturizer or whatever the hell. What do those Looks Maxers guys do? They put something on their faces. Oh shit. Anyhow, all right guys. I'll see you over there. Napstar, go over.